Good morning, everyone. How are we all doing? Time to pickle. So, quick overview of what I think's going on this morning. Not a lot. Ideally, we can hold this 210 channel. Um, for the rest of the week. Hopefully, closing at or near max pain on Friday. The Ghost of Dan, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I saw the LRC run in this morning. Um, it looks good. It's still way up. How haunted is your new house? I mean, it's New York City, right? So like someone's died in it. I don't know how haunted it is. I'll try this here. Your thoughts on Unity after the big wet up purchase. Okay, I'm not aware of what U is up to. But I can look at like the technicals, and the technicals look promising. It looks like it's coming out of this period of accumulation, and it should start realizing new highs. So, maybe I don't really know their valuation, but it looks good. But definitely, based on turnover and volume, I would say that it's going to be like a longer term hold. Win LRC $100. I don't know, but if it hits $100, I'm gonna be pretty rich. It's almost drinkable. I really had to struggle with my espresso machine this morning. No owl in my new place, which is pretty cool. I'm gonna get a new mattress soon too. I'm sleeping on like a fucking memory foam topper right now, but I need to go get a mattress. And hopefully that will be also more comfortable than my last one, which was an extra firm for Ghostbusters. Thank you so much, JC. BGFV. Hmm. I mean, it looks through. It's like it's breaking through this upper range. I don't know if I'd call that squeezing. Pre-market volume's good. Maybe we could watch it today. Not gonna lie, I kind of miss Warden. Have you decided which room is for the mold farm? I haven't. Um, I just I just have the clones kind of set to the side for now. Purple mattresses are pretty comfy. I don't like foam beds that much. Any thoughts on Nike? Thinking 1119, 175C. Curious as to your perspective, but I'm gonna wait into the morning to potentially buy. Um, yeah, I'll take a quick look. Ah, nope. It actually looks like it's in a period of consolidation. I'd be looking at like 170 as a price target to enter. Um, Unless you have some reason to think it's going to take off today. Can I turn my mic up? I think not. Um, I've kind of maxed out the gain here. I'm in a much bigger room now, so I think like the reverb makes it harder to hear. But I'll get like a preamp soon so that I can bump up the gain a bit. I thought you were getting out of the mold game. I mean, you can never get out of the mold game. You think people here know about Crocodile Dundee? I don't know. I'm barely old enough to know about Crocodile Dundee. I'm thinking of going to NYC, but I have no place to stay. And I might die outside in the cold. If only someone could let me crash on their mattress topper. I don't know. Maybe you could find someone, JC. Um, assume Coors and Trey were on CNBC because you told them no. Granted, I'm wearing headphones, but you sound beautiful and loud on my end, as always. Thank you, Mighty Potato. It's opinions like yours that make me ignore the 300 people that tell me to turn my mic up. Al's audio Jersey. Audio sounds okay. Drop into us if you'd like to upgrade. Oh, so I don't know. Tesla's got some room to the downside, but it could just bounce here on this test of 122. We'll have to see how it plays out. I'm not a I'm not a big fan of talking about Tesla on the stream because it's super dangerous and always risky. It is not a good play for people who are not efficient at taking profits or managing their risk. Are you live streaming with Houston tonight? Not. Is it tonight? Son of a bitch. I am not prepared, but yes. Fuck. Today's Wednesday. My whole week's thrown off by not streaming on Monday. Thoughts on AMC puts now? Uh, I mean, you could. It's probably just gonna bleed slow, like GME. That's the big difference between a short position and a put, right? Is that a short position you can carry as the price drops slowly. A put, you really want the price to drop kind of fast. All right, VWAP Dan Seipel. Your breakfast is ready. I don't want to disturb you during the stream. Do you want to come downstairs and get it? Or should my Philadelphia wife bring it up to you? Well, that's very nice of you, Silicon Bleach. I'm glad they're inadvertently also getting educated about the markets. Are you gonna pickle Houston again? I don't know. Cat is the only thing green on my watch list. Oh, it's not even green. Ding ding, by the way. Markets are open. Here, we can watch GameStop go slightly down. Today's the inflation announcement, or CPI. So we'll see how that affects things. I'd imagine things are going to be pretty choppy or down kind of until the announcement's released, and then, you know, depending on how that turns out, the end of the day could be a little bit up. What was I fucking trying to do here? Oh yeah. Inflation at 36.2%. Jesus Christ, man. Up 1.2% a month? Wait, did they say it's transitory again? Jesus, Tesla's crashing. This is awesome. Market's actually pretty stable. Oof. Fuck GameStop. Straight down into below 200. Shit, we didn't even hold the resistance. Oh no. Ooh, Visa's going up because inflation's up. Interesting. All right. I think we can still go into November 19th at 200. Maybe. Tesla's recovering a little bit. Fucking IV is way up on Tesla right now. Bob was green this morning. Did it do well in the Chinese markets? We could check the Chinese markets. Hong Kong did okay last night. Shenzhen and Shanghai are both down a little. So the Dow's coming up right now. So Cat might do okay today. I wonder if Visa's gonna hold. Some like 215s. Thoughts on Nvidia calls before earnings? I don't like them before earnings. Maybe after. It could run. It's tricky. How's the IV on them right now, Nick? Loopering $3. Thoughts on Germany filing bankruptcy proceedings against Evergrande? I haven't really been paying too much attention to it. Oh, sorry. Tesla's recovering a little bit. Looks like GME is going to turn around here at like 199.50, or at least it's holding it for now. Ooh, Big Five looking good. Fuck that IV. Jesus Christ. I'll pass. Bump and run on Tesla. Yeah, I think so. We'll see. Needs to recover. It's either consolidation on this resistance at like 122.69, or it's a bump and run. We'll see if it continues to fall. That's looking good. Caterpillar consolidating on no fucking volume. Jimmy doing the same. All right. LRC trading at 369 right now. I know it's dip. I just feel like the IV crush on anything short term is going to be pretty significant, Nick. Um, their earnings will probably be good. They usually are, but hey, Gherkin, my course is on Fox News with Charles Payne today, speaking about the possibility of MOASS. Blah. Yeah, I agree. I'm once again asking for your financial support. What? I have 55C January 22 for BGFV. Hopefully it runs hard. Good luck to you, man. What software are you using? This is WeBull. There's a link in the description, but I don't recommend that you hold GameStop in it. Um, they're an Apex brokerage, so there's like the off chance that they could, cut off the buy button. Not that you should be chasing MOASS anyway, but yeah, I don't recommend them as a place to hold GameStop. I think they're more reliable brokerages for that purpose. I do use them for options, however. Okay. GameStop just hanging out at 200. I don't know where all my support and resistance lines keep going. Sold my LRC for 400% profit, and I'm still sad. That's on TD Ameritrade. I don't use them, which you know, JC. How are you going to address handling your shares when you exercise your call options on WeBull? ACAT them over? Um, hmm. That's a good question. I'm not going to have that many options in WeBull. I think most of them are going to be an IBKR for the most part. Maybe some like Febs and Fidelity. Although I really hate trading options on Fidelity. I might just sell them, wire transfer over the money to another. Like I'll sell and then buy. Not after exercise. I'll just sell like whatever options I have in Webull. I'll probably just sell and then transfer the funds over to an account with my nearer the money options and use those funds to exercise. The last time I wire transferred out of Webull, I think it took like 15 minutes, so it's not that bad. But I don't really have the funds in this account to um, buy like a lot of near the money options anyway. Is Visa slipping? Or is it just consolidating? Turned around and reversed 2 red days. It does that. Did you get some good rest last night? I did okay. I slept for I don't know, like 4 hours. I was unpacking and bringing shit inside my house for 6 or 7 hours after the stream. Have you ever traded options on Vanguard? I mean, yeah. Does IBKR have cashless exercise? They have sell to cover, I believe. I always buy my uh contracts in like lots. And so I usually just sell one and then exercise the other. Like that's what I did with most of my like 40 and $60 calls that I had. LRC about to fund my Feb options and I'm hyped about it. That's awesome. You're welcome, Dogbats. Vanguard's fine. Their execution's really good. They're just fucking. Their UI is so terrible. Why is Visa ripping? Inflation's up. Um, so credit presents a way to avoid that or lock down. Like they're locking down debt pre-inflation, right? Before they raise rates. Usually credit cards do okay when inflation goes up. Also, we're nearing like the holiday season, so I've expected Visa to bounce for a little while now. But I'm gonna be careful with it because it's been turning around pretty hard lately. So I'm gonna watch this like 216 break pretty closely. If it pushes past that and finds a little bit of support, then I'll hang on. But otherwise, I'm gonna take these like 10% gains. At least Juby is like holding 200. So remember this. I discussed it in the daily, but I'll discuss it in here also, just in case you guys didn't read that. This zone between 200 and 210, it's like a channel. Um, Historically is really low volume. People aren't really buying. Like, there's no FOMO here. People don't want to average up their positions, so the buy pressure is light. But at the same time, people don't want the price to slip below 200, and so there's a strong support at 200, and kind of a strong resistance at 210. And so the stock likes to just trade here and crush IV, which is good, right? Like we want IV to be crushed if we want to see options play out nicely. I'm not gonna vlog my apartment VWAP dance cycle. That's lame. Can you explain why the highest inflation in decades, the SPY is just not diving headfirst off a cliff? Why would it care? You can't send links on here, but you can DM them me on Discord. If you DM it to me on Discord, I'll take a look at it. I can't advise you directly though on your options plan. That kind of crosses the line. What ticker's what? Oh, this is Visa. GameStop's just doing nothing. Fucking 300K volume. We bounced off 200, but I don't think today's going to be very exciting. Volume dropped off quick. I'm going to update Reddit real quick. Can I have your opinion on Penn? Is that the gaming, like the betting company? So traditionally, in depressions or inflationary periods, like gambling, booze, and food do well. So long term growth, they might be okay. But if he's trying to play like a short squeeze, I don't think it's going to happen. If he has a good cost basis, 6% inflation for October. Yeah, I heard 6.2. You think Baba goes up more today? It could. It's got a nice low. It's already kind of climbing. It could be a little late to jump in it. Is Visa just gonna keep pushing? This is fucking ridiculous. I should have bought more of these. Son of a bitch. Let's see if it bounces on VWAP here. If it falls below VWAP, it's probably not gonna have a very interesting day. It doesn't look super bullish, and the spies. I mean, the spies coming up, so it could. How much was Hang Seng up last night? 0.74. We could see a little recovery on Baba today. Cat turning around. Spotify is in an interesting spot if anybody is interested in that as like a long-term hold. Somewhere around like 275 is a really nice entry on that. It's, I think, like above 300 is definitely possible. It's not a quick mover though, so you don't want to be in it for the short term. Let's see if this finds support on 216. Oh, what's Jamie doing? Just chopping. When's FTD data? 5 days. Discord's working. Spork. Apparently tomorrow the bond market will be closed for Veterans Day. Interesting. Well, Portnoy's a paper-handed bitch, so I'm not buying his fucking stock. But if you guys like it, I mean, I don't care what you do. Good morning. It's still sounding great, Kirk. Have you ever looked into MNKD? Mankind? No. And I guess the reason would be because it just seems to trade in this $1 channel. Um, is there something special about it that I should know? Think Cat could bounce more on infrastructure news, or should I just abandon my 1126s? So nobody should be buying weeklies on Cat. I'll say it again. Cat is a slow moving stock. It is a big old fucking blue chip. It doesn't move quick, but when it does, it can move a lot, right? Like when interest picks up in Cat, it can realize like higher price points quickly. But because you can't predict when that's going to happen exactly, it's better to hold longer term options on it because sometimes it'll just go up for like 6 days in a row and, move from 200 to like 250. I don't know why people are playing weeklies on Cat. I don't know. Also, you didn't Nesquik. You didn't tell me what your what your strikes are. And if you have like two tens, there's a possibility they could print. But if you're further out of the money than that, it's unlikely. Look at buying about 60 February contracts, but I noticed when I have been watching daily that there is not a lot of volume being traded. So the current asks are not reflecting price. What do? Just wait. Patience. So buy cat options 6 days out. No. I know if I take 20% right here, yeah, I'm going to sell one. Sell one and let the other ride. Oh, I have a 260C? Jesus Christ. Why are people stop buying shit so far out of the money, guys? This isn't fucking Wall Street bets, and not everything's a short squeeze. What are you guys doing in the Zillionaires Club? I need to pay more attention to what's going on in there. You guys are up to no good. Not with that attitude, it isn't. That guy doesn't represent us. Fuck, I really want to be in on Spotify right now. They got a like December 280. So what's the entry on cat? I mean, below 210 is nice, right? But you need time. Cat needs time. You can't just buy like a fucking weekly. Like it might print, but it probably won't. That guy's totally representative of the whole. There were no Pickles picks this week. This is all your fault. We became degenerates real quick. I also blame me. V dragging up the spy. It might be. Well, it's kind of losing a little bit of momentum. That was nice profits. Like 150 bucks for 30 minutes. God damn it. Okay, Baba's starting to look a little better. If this comes down a little more, there might be an opportunity to get in. If you do Pickles picks with us, can we do it Friday? I'm not sure. So today I'm doing a thing with Houston after the stream. And then this weekend I'm going to do something with Jamie and Rocky. I reached out to Jamie last night and I think they're both going to be available sometime this weekend. And I kind of want to discuss my current theory with them. Just like other GME YouTubers. You can't go past 100. So I turned the gain up yesterday, but I don't think I can bring the gain up anymore. Maybe. Oh, you know what I think it is? I think it's this. Is that better? Making the rounds on the talk shows as your publicist. I approve. Sounds much more clear. Yeah, I think the audio, like the acoustics in the new place are better, right? Because I'm not in a fucking closet. Papa 165 for November 16th. Hold or downtrend to continue. I mean, I just bought Baba calls for Friday at 165. So I don't know how you're doing on them. Ooh, I don't like that. Yep. I'm gonna get out. I think. Hold on. Okay, maybe it's still just consolidating. It doesn't seem to want to drop below. We'll build you a sound booth. Thanks, Mega Mole. Too soon to say I miss the screaming kid. 620 transitory points and spies just like money are in Mr. Krabs' voice. Yeah, the lighting's way better. Well, there's like a window now, but the window doesn't face a brick wall like my previous window. Powell's definitely gonna print more, right? I mean, probably. If you guys could hit the like, it's a big help. And a great way to show your support for the stream. I appreciate it a lot. Stop gloating about having windows. I just want Baba to be half as good as Visa was, and I'll be happy. I fucking hate red days. Spotify turning around. Yeah. Ooh, Spotify actually looks good. I got a new green screen. I got one that's not like just a cloth bed sheet. I bought one that's like an actual like vinyl green screen, and it has like color codes for different times of the day, so I can like never mind. Any options on me for earnings? I mean, I just have options for me in December. I might pick up a couple before earnings. It's kind of looking good today. Definitely not November 19th. Well, how's the IV? IV's up a bit much on this. Maybe I'll pick up a few of these. Ew. What are you doing, cat? Oh, looks like I got out of Visa at the perfect time. till it bounces here and then rips. Oh, Baba. What's GameStop doing? I mean, GameStop's just kind of coming up. This is bearish. This doesn't look good. Some like resistance here. Tesla bounced fucking hard. Jesus. This is why we don't play Tesla, kids. Such a YouTuber, I know. Greg has a filming studio for his OnlyFans now. The pictures of my feet are gonna be so great. I haven't changed my LinkedIn blurb. I don't have a LinkedIn, I don't think. I like to, because I like to apply for jobs without having any social media. They're like, oh, what are your socials? And I'm like, I don't have any. And now I'll just link them to the stream. If you look at LRC, it's up to 371. I took profits at 122 and I'm sad. Lol. I look at LRC all the time. I own some of it. I'm just holding it. I got it super cheap. I'm not selling. Wayne Gunther. Dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's over. I appreciate the support, man.
I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad.
23andMe failed the test of 1343 twice, so only a matter of time before it breaks that resistance. I agree. I picked up some more so I can just have it on here on WeBull. I have, what do I have? 1250 Cs for December that I've been holding on to. I sold a couple on that last test of 1340. I think like half. But my cost basis is covered on it. It's been a solid play so far. A little bit of extra money every week. Nothing super impressive out of it, but GameStop's kind of breaking to the upside of this a little bit, or it's just continuing that trend before it breaks down. What constitutes low IV on GME? Usually, if you can find something below. Actually, sorry, this is Baba. There's a few in the money calls with like really low IV, but it's coming down currently. In the 80% range. I think 73 historically since January is low. Like that's the low, I believe. I don't think I've seen it lower than that, or since not January, but February. Are you looking at me? Me was hitting a bottom and had room to the upside, um, and not too many bag holders to unload. Looked good for uh, a test of 1250, which it's realized a couple times in recently. 1, 2, 3, and then one test of 1350. I think it's going to continue to pick up, but it's been a pick for a while. To show a good time. We've been watching it for a couple weeks now. You son of a bitch. Fuck you, Visa. I swear to God, this stock hates me. Spy's crawling back. Nice entry on cat. Of course it bounces. I mean, whatever. We sold at the like, or I sold at like this high. So I'm not mad about my exit. It was a good exit. I just maybe should have bought back in on the EMA 30. I thought it was going to bounce, and it fucking bounced a lot harder than I thought it would have. $250 calls for Feb are back to 2,500. We're getting close to the low since January. Nice. Yeah, I mean, IV crushes hard in the 200, 210 channel on GameStop. My AMD calls went from plus 700% at open yesterday to negative 8% this morning. Hard lesson learned. Take profits when you can, or at least take some, right? Like just a bit. You don't have to fucking, if you want to chase, you can chase, but you can chase safely, right? Like sell a couple contracts, pick up that money, cover your cost basis, and then let the rest of the shit ride. V saved my poor decision making this week. Looking to make a big GME purchase. What's the expected buy price? So any price between 162 and 196 is considered a good entry. This range. Obviously, the lower side of that is better, but I don't think we'll see this price anytime in the near future. We may see something in like the high 180s, like 188, maybe 178, like that range, for like a good entry opportunity. But you can consider anything in here an excellent price point to be in. Is Baba just gonna rip now? How much fucking open interest is there at 65? Jesus Christ. The open interest at 170 on Baba is fucking insane. Hmm. Baba go boom. If you answered this earlier, I missed it. But what is a good source for historical IV numbers? Okay, there's no free ones. TDA has it. Or at least I haven't found a free one. If you do, let me know. That'd be awesome. I know TDA has historic IV data, and most paid option services do. Those who don't want to play options can just swing trade the Pickles picks. That's what I'm doing. Cool, man. Well, I'm glad you're making money. If you get a chance, can you do a quick projection for BB? Getting pretty sick of holding. Should I see a slight loss right now or try selling CCs or something? You can sell CCs. I think long term, BlackBerry is a great investment. It's just I don't think a lot's happening with it right now. I think it's probably going to need like a year or two. It'll run when GameStop does because of the ETF baskets and such. So you can sell CCs until the next, like ETF, FTD pile up. Or just like pick a price point that you're okay with selling at and just sell CCs on that and try to make up some of your cost basis or at least profit off your time holding it. There's a lot of options. You can also chart IV percentile, which shows IV over 1 year. Yeah. What are your thoughts on glow trackers like Unusual Whales and Tiblio? I fucking hate them. I don't like chasing big money option plays, which is basically what they follow. They just watch for like large increases in OI, which is always big money. And then, big money's in the call ahead of you, right? The price is already pumped probably by the time that they give you the pick. And then you're in this weird position where you have to be out before the big money's out because their cost basis is better than yours. Otherwise, they'll dump it on you, and then you're just left a bag holder. So I prefer to like find my own shit, and then if big money comes in after me, cool, right? Because then they're pumping into my calls instead of me chasing their pump. LRC at 420. Yeah, it's just ripping. I'm super stoked. You said something about an ETF FTD pileup coming after November 3rd, 23-24 cycle. So if they fail those future rolls, it looks like that creates a large number of FTDs in the ETFs as well, which we found out quite unexpectedly last week. But now we can kind of see it moving forward, and that means that our fail dates, when we go out here to the daily, hold on one second. I just want to see if Baba breaks 166 here, and then I'll kind of just show you how those are. They're just slightly, it's just T+6 offset from GameStop's fails, right? When we're looking at GameStop, those 3 fail dates when they fail to roll, you just have a T+6 offset that encompasses those ETF FTDs. Why is Nokia affected by high frequency trading so badly? Because of its massive float. There's like billions of shares and it's super cheap. So there's tons of arbitrage all the time. Buy to open option so I can sell the contract. Yes. On Fidelity, Clancy. LRC's at 370. Oh, okay. People just have like a 420 price target. Are you high, bro? Prague doing a thing. Oh, cool. I don't like the IV on this play. I understand that it can squeeze, but I really hate the IV. I might pick up a couple fours. They're not so bad right now. Baba. Fuck. Let me set a stop limit on this. Head and Shoulders on Visa. Maybe, or it's just starting like a slower uptrend. We'll see how that. Just watch how that breaks down. Like, it's probably a little room there. Don't like that. Okay, so I got stopped out of my Baba calls. Hold on, let me just check GameStop. Okay, yeah, so GameStop failed that test at the EMA. Was that the 160 on the daily? So that's probably coming back down to VWAP. What am I at? Prague. Yeah, I guess I can watch this and see if it continues to rip. What's the interest? Jesus Christ. I mean, I can't say that I have an issue with the just sheer insane amount of open interest on this stock. Like it's got to be more than the float locked up in options. It looks good. Like it reminds me of Spurt. Infographic in the marketing channel. Ooh. Interesting. I like this. I don't know. Is Light K in here? I like this. I gotta talk to you about it though. There's a couple close. You got the right idea, but there's There's some caveats to that. Fuck you, Spotify. Really? Every goddamn time. Is there support there? It's gotta be supported, like, it's 5. Hmm. No, I'm glad I got stopped out of Baba. Prague is doing a Tesla. I think it's just consolidating. Yeah, I mean, initially when I first started doing TA, I liked fibs a decent amount. But after testing them over a long period of time, I liked them a lot less. You'll find stocks they work on better than others, but Prague public float is 116 million. 129 looks like. I was looking for a good entry on this cat play, but I think you can get in a lot of trouble making cat calls. Why is Pfizer ripping? I hate this fucking stock. Get out of here. Bull pennant. Looking forward to seeing how you handle hundreds of thousands of new viewers when Jamie explodes. Was hilarious watching DFE go through that last year after months of streaming with maybe 40 live viewers. I think I'll be okay. I'll just pretend like they're not there. Pfizer is currently in the process of getting boosters approved for everyone over 18. Interesting. Too many syllables. I prefer flag. Pennants are slightly less reliable. I mean, I guess you could say this is a flag still, but I think it's going to form a pennant. Maybe that should be more accurate. Like a flag usually forms like that. Like it breaks into a like lower lows and lower highs. And then a pennant, you have like the same low, uh, low. What are your thoughts on LRC? You reckon it has a good market outlook? Honestly, I didn't do that much research into it. It looks fine. It's cool. It's going up. My crypto knowledge is minimal. I know how to trade it, but I just trade technicals on it. It can be really profitable as far as like DeFi goes and cryptocurrency, and I could just kind of care less. I kind of am of the opinion that ultimately the government is just going to regulate the shit out of it, ruining its potential. Would you consider making the chat members only if your viewers spiked hard? I mean, we've had like 2,500 people in here. It wasn't that bad. The layer 2 roll up has sick potential. Yeah, I've heard. Grizz, Murgatroyd. Appreciate your pragmatic understanding of the markets. No fluff or decks, just crispy pickles. I want to start options before the theoretical 2022 explosion. I've been learning from you and others, but my pain point requires more hands on. Should I become a pigeon whale? Okay, so Grizz, while I would absolutely love for you to become a pigeon whale, know that it doesn't offer anything beyond being a billionaire. Like and Dillionaire is really not GameStop focused. It's just kind of like a private forum for people that are interested in investing or doing more investing or increasing their own, like, financial education, or improving on their financial education. And so it really only has a cost because I just want to limit the number of people in there. So yeah, don't feel obligated to become a pigeon whale. While that's a great way to support the channel, all the information on that kind of stuff, and the people that are sharing it is just in the Dillionaires Discord. Don't downplay the flexing. Okay, and you get a flex on the floors. I'm sorry. YouTuber confirmed. Thanks, witness. That's what YouTubers always do, right? They always undersell their their peak membership level. What about the LRC chart? It's just ripping. It's just nothing relevant's happening there. Okay, I'm getting out of this. The stock sucks. I'm a pigeon whale already and I YOLO on one DTEs. What's the next step in being fiscally irresponsible? Thank you, Kaiser Dan. I appreciate that. So would following the billionaire community help give me guidance and learning options better? I mean, it's full of people that are interested in options and trading. So that's what I've tried to create, is just a place where people can go and discuss the thing they're interested in. But it's not like there's secret information over there about GameStop that I don't share publicly. And there's Pickles picks, which in my opinion are dope as fuck. God, will people ever stop bag holding this? Yeah, I don't have like Ko-Fi memberships set up. So if you're in a country that doesn't allow YouTube memberships, there's really no option. Sorry about that. I guess I could try to figure out how to do that later on, but I'm not even sure how it works. Yeah, I trade them on stream. I guess the only advantage is like they're talked about in advance in Dillionaires, but I mean, they're not GameStop related. Spotify gonna find a floor sometime this month? Maybe. Hmm. I definitely did become a member for the secret DD. What's the minimum amount of capital that you recommend for someone to start doing options? So I had I when I used to paper trade a lot, I used to like I would set up like accounts like 500 or 250, 1,000, 2,500, right? And I would like measure the success levels of these accounts and like how much I could grow them in like a 90-day time period, right? And this was like my test of like how much I could grow a given amount of capital in a specified time frame. And I found the most success um, at these levels. These a couple like 500 was very like if I took longer to do it, you can do it with 500, but it's hard. It's a bitch, and you end up bag holding a lot for really long periods of time. So I found the most success growing accounts above $1,000. You think we'll be dip back to 160, 180 pre next run up? I think we could see 180. I think we could dip as low or maybe cross the EMA 160 a tiny bit. But that's down around like 178. It's not down to 160. I don't think we're going to see 160 again unless something crazy happens. You still expecting to buy the 26 options on the 19th, 22nd, and 23rd based on the current decline? Yeah. The only way I buy them sooner is if we tank hard and test the EMA 160 earlier. That's the only way I will buy options on GameStop at any test of the EMA 160. I know you hate Prague, but on the daily it bounced off the top of a wedge. I'm still hoping it breaks out later today. Yeah, that's fine. There's too much control there, right? Like it doesn't run out of control for them. Whoever's short on it they just smash it back down. It's because it's cheap, right? Like the price of the stock isn't very high. It needs to break free of kind of like that $4 price point, honestly. Because like, and it's worth buying into it and losing $5 every time it starts to run rather than just sitting and holding it forever, right? Because like, every time it runs you lose $5, and then when it does break loose you just make a shitload of money, right? Jessica Johnson, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream is over. Yeah, no problem. Ooh, Bubba's bouncing back. I'm already out. I'm not gonna chase it. Double bottom. The volume's starting to die off too at the resistance, so it doesn't look great. I made like 25%. Yeah, I mean the EMA 160 on the daily.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Yeah, but the difference was when I was telling everybody about Spurt, it was cheap as fuck, right? Dan Almighty. And the problem with Prague is that the IV on the options chain is already spiked super hard. It's like 200% IV at the money. If I'm not able to sit and watch my contracts because of work, is it worth getting into options? You can, but you probably want like longer term options so that if your gains slip on a short time frame, you don't lose as much value. So you got approved for margin on E-Trade? That's not hard. Was E-Trade not offering margin on GameStop before? If your portfolio was GameStop? I'm up over 300% on LRC. What do I do? Sell half, 25%? It's up to you, man. Are we just getting dragged up by the market right now? Probably. Probably is a good buyout play. Why not shares? I guess you could. And theoretically, this wouldn't be a terrible time to buy them. Failing the test at 205. Would holding cat for a couple beaks be worth it, or save GME for later in the month? I don't know. Ooh, interesting. That was unexpected. There's no way they'll let that hold 205. It's going to come back down. Did I buy December's? Yeah, okay. This is turning around. Yeah, Baba failed 166. Cat. It's not the market dragon you were talking about. No, there was two big buy orders, but it doesn't look like that buy pressure is increasing. That's probably CS volume, yeah. I would believe that. When will you debut the pickle rocket? I haven't decided yet, Taryn. I was saving it for something special. Maybe if we break 210 today. Jump same time as AMC. It could just be options. It may not be CS then. Let me look. Oh, okay. Someone just bought a fucking $1.2 million worth of November 19th and November 12th 160s. $1.3 million worth. And then someone just bought 300,000 in the money puts. Okay, so not CS, just delta hedging. So when you set up your EMA 160 chart, what time frame you use when viewing that graph? On the daily. EMA 160 on the daily. How does Palantir look? Seems low right now. What's its price point right now? Ooh, this is a good buy-in on Palantir. Very good. Ooh, I've been wanting to pick up more of this. This is almost below my cost basis. Interesting. How's the daily look? Curious. You know, I might buy some more of this. Especially if I can get it around. No Discord audio today? No, Discord audio is up and running. Right? Yeah. Discord audio is up and running just fine. Spork. Do you look more at the body or the wick? Body. Is Palantir something you trade or invest into? So I have 1,000 shares of Palantir right now. I'm thinking about buying another 1,000. But yeah, it's like a long-term hold. I just saw covered calls on it. I'm almost even on my cost basis selling covered calls. So, but I've been selling them for months. Shares, not options. Although I have considered picking up a couple leaps at like 25. SoFi. Everyone loves this fucking stock. Earnings could be good for it. It's retesting its highs. This was a good entry back in August. Actually, this was too in like late September. I don't know. The stock has a lot of short interest. Big banks don't want it to succeed. It could be good, but I'd want to give it time. You know, SoFi has a hard time breaking that $25 resistance. So I would definitely, if I was in it, which I'm probably not going to be, I would definitely like play something further out or just buy shares. No leaps on Palantir. Yeah, there are. Like January 23s for 500, which I think this is a fucking, these are great. I haven't bought them, but right now, like, that's a fucking great deal. What's the downside to leaps rather than buying shares? No growth, market crash. Yeah, I've seen the gamma ramp on Prog. It is a monster. I'm Full of rehypothecated hype. How much is the premium for one CC contract on Palantir? What did I say? I think I sold 30s for January. I don't know what they are now. They're like $50 now. They were more. I mean, you didn't own any? Oh, no. I don't own any leaps on Palantir. I'm thinking about it. At the current price, that's a really good, I think that's a really good price on Palantir. I think my cost basis is like 2268. So it's really close to my cost basis. And I promised myself I would buy more if it hit that cost basis again, so I probably will. What do you personally look for when buying options on GME? Low IV. Low IV and time tend to be the best paying. How much do you lose in theta and options? Theta decay increases as you approach the expiration of a contract exponentially. So it's not like a fixed rate. Ah. Jesus, man, that was a lot of in the money calls on GameStop that got bought. Me coming back. Yeah. I might test 1250 again today. Looks good. Prague doing a thing. Yeah, inverse head and shoulders. It might play out. It's very clean. Yeah, so you can get a lot of leverage for cheap on Palantir right now. I think at least I think in a year, maybe to like half the value of Snow, like market cap. At the money or out of the money? I would probably go a little out of the money. I like 25s. Theoretically, the safe way to play it would be to get like 20s or 18 or 1750s. What do they have? I haven't really looked at the option chain on Palantir. They bought some gold, so they're a little bit recession proof. Let's see. Yeah, 20s or 18s. Yeah, 18s would be like the technically correct investment. But I would probably buy like 25s. I mean, it's like $725 a contract for January 24 25s. It's pretty fucking good deal. IV's crazy low on it right now. I don't think they're failing as a company. They've been picking up government contracts left and right. How's the chart looking going into the end of the week? Baba's unpredictable. It looks good. It looks like it's starting to complete that inverse head and shoulders. Like we were playing the bounce here last time, and it found a new lower support, so it looks like it's got room to go up quite a bit. Might actually not be a bad interim play. I just don't trust Baba to be stable. That's all. Like Baba doesn't tend to. It does erratic shit, and because of its exposure to both markets, it has a lot of exposure to both markets. It can do some pretty wild shit. It's a great stock. I've made a ton of money on Baba, but it can definitely be really risky, similar to Tesla. So if we get a rich guy to buy like millions and in the money call options, we would skyrocket to MOASS. I mean, it would definitely push the price. What's the deal with Prague again? Reg show threshold list, mostly. A lot of FTDs, big gamma ramp. What do you think about Hertz getting sued for allegedly getting their customers falsely arrested? No idea. I think earnings for me are tonight. And the short pressure on GameStop is just not remarkable. Shouldn't have any exposure today, right? There's open interest on Prague. This looks like it's around like 250 is max pan. Yeah. Oh, that's really offset. That's annoying. Huh. There's a weird gap here. I don't know what the fuck that's about. Talk to your mic, not away from it. Cornub, don't you dare tell me what to do. I'm holding my breath until 210. Does Discord have an option to fill in emergency contact information? Yeah, I still expect the next run in a couple weeks. 10 trading days till we reach it. I'm going to sell and wait for Ivy to come down. Christian. It's just like stocks. You sell them when they're high, you buy when they're low. It's all about user experience, and straining my ears to hear your dulcet tones is not good user experience. You know what? I don't want to hear it, Cornub. I'm doing my best. I've got my mic turned all the way up. Update on 400 to 10K challenge, officially at 7,250. I would ask if you're proud of me, but I know the answer is no, because all my gains are exclusively from scalping and chasing with weeklies. Yeah, but now you have some capital built up, right? Like, you have to take risk to build, like, an account from 400, Skono. So I am proud of you. You're doing great, but now you can start to play a little safer. You know, once you break like 5,000, you can definitely play a little bit safer. I'm trying to raise capital in weeklies on GME, and I'm wondering if you think we're going to run in T plus 10. Yes. Well, not T plus 10. Well, no, T plus 10 is the 24th. Let me double check that. That seems, so today, so if we go from today, oh yeah, okay, I do. Within T plus 10, we could start running as soon as T plus 9 from today. I assume you won't sell your Feb options, for example, post November 26th. No, I'm going to hold the Feb options. No, you don't have to do it in one move. Just waiting for infrastructure stuff to play out. I've already made an absolute ass load of money on Cat at this point, right? Because like it just kept bouncing from like 200 or like 198 to like 210, and I just kept buying 200s every time it hit 198. No, only scalping and chasing weeklies with increasingly large plays. You're gonna blow your account up, Skono, and you worked so hard to build it. As long as you manage your risk, you'll be fine. Moved in on Palantir shares and leaps. I was looking at those 25s right as you mentioned them. I'll be moonwinning those shares in the meantime. Yeah, that's kind of what I do. Except the upside on Palantir is far more protected. Just wait for an IV spike. Palantir runs every once in a while. And so what I usually do on Palantir is I wait for like a big IV spike and like a run, and then I'll sell out ahead of that. I can't hear what you're saying. Okay, everyone's saying this, but I don't know what to do to make it even louder. Maybe I could try like... How's that? I feel like that's just going to pick up like my breathing and stuff too much. Better? Okay. Yeah, it's always quiet on YouTube. It's something OBS does to like the processing for the mic. I don't know what it is. Like I've heard the audio from Discord and it sounds fine. I want to hear you breathe. But I guess now I can move the mic a little bit. Whoa. Further away from my mouth. No, I can't. Okay, I'm going to come down a little bit on that. I feel like I went too far. Maybe that's better. Internalize the mic. Any reason for the ups? I mean, if they're just trying to crush IV, like they're doing a great job. So I don't think they're like actively shorting too much right now. It looks like a lot of shares are being returned. I'd imagine that they're in a way prepping for the end of this month. Oh, the shills are attacking the daily again. What's with those people? Well, now it sounds like you're in the bathroom. It's much worse. Okay. That's kind of what I thought. There. Literally everything you do sounds exactly the same. What are you just gonna get the DFV mic thing? Add it to your Amazon wish list. We got you. What mic did he have? He had like the oh god. Was it Corsair? No. HyperX, that was it. I don't like the cardioid microphones. I think they're called. They fucking pick up everything. I have an AT2020 and be done with it. You need to set a gate on them. There's a follow-up question regarding the 23rd, 24th. Is there any way they push it out to avoid whatever similar to 2 weeks ago where we had 2+6, or is that not possible? I don't think it's possible for them to push out gamma exposure. You need a Trader Joe's wish list. Trader Joe's doesn't ship anything, though. You know, the worst thing in the world is that Rocket Mortgage has somehow gotten a hold of my phone number. And they do not stop calling me. Yeah, usually they do a big short as soon as they're done covering the gamma exposure, Sally. So usually we have like we'll see a big run on the gamma exposure date, right? And then for like T plus 3 days, we'll see like continuing volatility to the upside. And then if they don't roll, it should come down after that. If they do roll, that pressure continues up. So that's kind of after the 24th is where we get into that window of are they going to roll or are they not going to roll? But the IV is usually the highest on the 24th. And so whatever calls I have for that day, I tend to sell when the IV spikes. We'll do Silicon. Thanks for letting me know. Trader Joe's snacks via Amazon. Really? Huh. That's like a reseller though. Mm, I mean, Cat's TA looks great. Like it looks ready to break out of this. I don't want to say it's like it's triple bottom, um, and start coming back up. Like it's consolidating on the way. It just moves slow. Like 600K volume today. What I've noticed with Cat is that when it moves really hard, it tends to be overnight when the liquidity's dried up. Is this thing gonna find a fucking support or what? What's the SPY doing? Still down. I think the SPY's gonna run today. Hmm. Interesting. Ooh, me's coming back up nicely. If you're poor, is it better to roll the dice on weeklies or pick up one out of the money call for Jan Feb at the end of the month? That's up to you, man. That's risk aversion, right? The Jan Febs are going to be much safer and more likely to go into the money. The weeklies carry a massive amount of risk, but you have the chance of increasing your capital by a lot. Do I think November 23rd, 24th are a guarantee? No. Like, obviously, they present a risk, right? Weird, unexpected shit on GameStop has happened before. But I think they're more guaranteed than most other plays. I'm not picking up anything in December right now. I might pick up a few just in case they roll. Like if they roll the futures, having some Decembers will be really nice. BGFV looking nice. Have you gone over that yet? Yeah, we talked about it a little bit earlier. I'm not super interested in it. IV is way too high. When and how you will know if they roll the futures contract based on the volume that occurs between the run up here on the ETF date and here on the roll date. So volume and price increase into the roll date. This is a roll. If volume and price say low, then that's a fail. So this window here will tell us if they have rolled or not. BBBY doing a thing. Cool. It could be Kaiser Dan. If we go from 2 to 6 in a week, would a 220 weekly be worth more versus a Feb 220, assuming both bought at 200? Well, we can look at that. So let's take a look. So if we had a November 12th, this is a weekly, right? And it's like T+2 to expiry. And we ran to 600, you said? It doesn't even give me that far out. First of all, Ivy would spike. Oh shit. That's annoying. I mean, the chart only lets me go plus or minus 34% for weeklies. Well, at 276, with the IV spike, weekly would be So if we ran to I can tell you to 276. So if we run to 276, a weekly bot today would go up 1,093% by expiration, and then a Feb 18th 200 would go up 302%. But I guess we should go by contract value. So 276, the Feb 18th would be worth 159.45. And the weekly would be worth 76. And this is 8.6. And this is 39.7. So I mean the Feb would, like, the weekly would go up more percentage wise. So yeah, capital invested, you would make more on the weekly than you would the February, but you have way less risk with the February. Also, whatever value it gains will carry longer through price fluctuations. How's Ivy calculated? Use a Black-Scholes model. Well, no, not if retail does, but if institutions create a ramp and cause them to fail the roll again, that's possible. I have no idea why they would fail. Failure creates more volatile price action and poses more risk to them later on, but rolling is very expensive. So it's actually hard to say why they do one or the other, because I don't know their positions internally, right? But I do know how to tell if they do one or the other. So when they fail, it creates a ton of FTDs in like T plus 35, right? When they roll, we don't get an FTD spike, but we get a massive amount of price improvement during the roll. So like in August, they failed. And so we didn't really see any price improvement, right, until 35 days later. So we have August here, right? And then we see the effects of the FTDs play out here. And that's what happens when they fail. When they roll, we get more like what we saw in June, right? We get this, where we get a massive amount of price improvement into the roll with few FTDs following. So like one offsets the other. There's a very good chance that they failed to roll here due to the massive gamma ramp that was present during this week. And so they instead chose to drive the price down. I don't know if I should clip that. It does allow them time to drop the price prior to T plus 35, but on the other side of that, those FTDs can be enormous, right? Like last January. And then also, it doesn't give them in January. What's unique about January is it doesn't give them a chance to drop the price, because even if they fail to roll, right, we reach that midpoint after the gamma exposure's covered and they start to dip the price. We have another ETF exposure date here in December, at which point the price is going to get driven back up again. So roll or fail in January specifically, because of the 3 ETF exposure dates, it doesn't matter if they fail or roll. Price improvement is basically, at least as far as my theory is concerned, guaranteed. So yeah, like the price is going to go up on this date, whether they fail or they roll, right? So like they might be able to drive the price down harder if they roll, but it's still going to go back up at the end of December. Have a look at Reddit. Look on Reddit, dude. Why? What's going on Reddit? What do you think of Ryan Cohn's gag order being lifted? It's cool. Hopefully he says something. Yeah, no problem. How much price improvement are you suspecting? We have pretty hard resistances at 225 and 250. Over that, sky's kind of the limit. We have a gap up potential around like 270 something, 278 to like 290. Gherkin, did you DRS? No. Do you think overall they've been able to cover only a little bit of their short position? Yes. I don't think they've successfully covered much of it because the price keeps improving, which makes it very difficult for them to cover positions that are underwater without causing more price improvement. What do you think of rank? Say I want to build capital with risky weeklies. Where would you start on what risky place to get into? Ignoring the GME weeklies, how to YOLO into. I wouldn't advise trying to build capital with risky weeklies. You're more likely to lose it than you are to make anything, especially if you're asking me that question. wins on low IV, and that overrules the short hedge fund desire to short. Wondering why no shorting back to 180. Could be if the MM's long IV. Would it be appropriate to do a yes or no poll? Let's see what OI is in the chat for the 26th. No, I don't think it would be. Should I sell my Feb calls on the November 24th run up and then rebuy once the price dips afterwards? I'm planning to get weeklies at the 24th too. I don't intend to. Not Febs. Maybe I might unload my Januaries and buy back in, but it would have to go up a lot for me to do that. It could be the stress. I don't know. I've had a rough week. So, long time listener, first time messenger. Thanks for all you put into this. Looking forward to becoming a member and asking a few questions. Thanks, S. McStonky. I appreciate that, man. The issue I have with selling like the Feb and January calls on a run up in November is I expect it to run again. And I don't think those options will ever be as cheap as they are pre run up. So before, like, options are going to be the cheapest. I think options are going to be the cheapest here. And I think after this date, they will never be that cheap again. So yes, you'll be able to like sell here and then IV can drop, but it may not, right? They may roll and then IV continues to pick up. And then if they roll, right? And then there's just there's like a very narrow window between here and this before it goes up again. And then we're looking at like this being the only window in which to see IV or price lower. And so I really like having those longer term calls like just held in perpetuity through the whole cycle. I don't think they're going to lose a lot of value, I guess is what I'm saying. Yeah, you could do that. I mean, the cool thing about the February 18th is whatever those ETF exposure windows are, provided ETF fails are really high again. Like the Feb 8th, like these only go out to 2-2, right? So like if we have ETF FTDs on top of the exposure and everything here, like the furthest out date is going to be 2-2 for that to play out. Groundhog Day. He's very nice about answering questions for us plebs as well. Yeah, don't ever feel like you have to become a member to ask me questions about GameStop. I'll always try to answer anybody's questions in chat. You don't have to pay for the privilege. Um, I'm gonna keep doing 500 to 10K challenges until I finally win, so I can flex on my dumb father-in-law and his dumb boomer stocks. Good luck to you, Steve. 670K volume. Why? Just low volume. They want to reduce IV. They want to reduce the price, right? And so and the stock's already illiquid, so generating volume's difficult to begin with. So that reducing IV on that front is already pretty easy. And then this is a perfectly fine channel for the stock to trade in for them to crush IV. And then once the IV's crushed sufficiently, they can start shorting and bringing the price down. And the price is already down significantly from Monday's high. I need to redo the whole fucking chart. Actually, someone made me someone programmed me a thing over on TradingView that I've not gotten to check out yet. But hold on, let me see, like an indicator. Let me see if that's working. I need to find the message. Here we go. Oh, dope. Uh, that's kind of spot on. That's cool. Okay, so yeah, if you guys want, there's Gherkinate futures cycle indicator on TradingView that you guys can check out to kind of help you uh, look at this or plan it. I haven't reviewed this yet to make sure everything's correct, but it looks good so far. And then I'll reach out to the guy who made this Winter Dev and see if we can get like the ETF dates thrown in here and the rest of the ETF fails for like the January cycle. But it looks cool. This is awesome, dude. This is dope as fuck. Just stopping Biden to announce my displeasure at the transitory inflation of 6.2. It might be, Stefan. We can check it out. I don't think it's short squeezing. It's definitely up, but I'm not sure on what. A lot of volume today. It's running. It has a low float. It's possible that some shorts are getting out. I don't know what the short interest on it is, though. I have a 2DD SPY 467C. Does it look like it's going to stable at VWAP? I don't get TA good yet. No, SPY's coming back a little bit. Maybe another fail here. Actually, you know what? I could see the SPY hitting like 467.50. I might buy one. 467. 48. Buy a couple of those. Oh. Yeah, I can link that indicator. There. I dropped the indicator in chat for anybody that wants it. Nice, McLong Johnson. Cat testing 210. Cool. Oh yeah, cat's coming up nice. This is good. Cat turning green on the day. Spy still coming up. This is a nice bullish reversal on the spy. It could fail here and then like consolidate a little and then come back up more. So I think I got in like right here. So even if it consolidates, I should still be okay on my entry. Thoughts on Palantir? I like it long term. Nervous. Loop ring is tanking a bit. Is it? It's at 330. Affirm. Good time to pick up 100 shares. I could take a look. No, I think this has more room to the downside, like 127. Maybe even like 117. Can inflation trigger the MOASS, meaning market would freak out and a huge sell-off happens? I don't like that. I still don't like the market crash into MOASS thing. It's not ideal. I prefer the market remains stable and we squeeze, and then that triggers a crash or a correction. No problem, Voodoo. Close out of LRC at 3.7. If it breaks below 319, I might go mid. It might go mid 2. I just got a Secret Labs chair ad. Congratulations. What's the arguments against getting weeklies every week of the cycle versus Feb calls? Wouldn't that generate more? I'm doing both, man. So, yeah, I mean, if you're doing both, then there's no argument. One sec, guys. Just sell CCs. Huh. That's on RKLB. Rocket Labs. I mean, it's running. I don't know why. Don't they have like a test flight or something coming up soon? Or did they have a successful test flight? Boop. Fail. That was shorting. With all our newfound money after MOASS, will there be too many spy puts to keep it stable? No. I'm trying to figure out what window in this room is open because it's fucking freezing. Oh, okay. I don't know anything about them, so a little bit more front loaded instead of more in Feb calls or vice versa. I mean, I'm putting 90% of my capital into February and then January and February. Probably like 40-60 split. And then 10% of my capital into weeklies. Will me find the support it's searching for? Probably. Probably somewhere around VWAP. There's a lot of bag holders, so it's just it's upper tests tend to fail. But I think it's got enough time that you'll see some improvement on it. Okay. You'll never see LRC going under 320. Is that true? LRC looks like it's forming a head and shoulders. Probably a drop below 3. Rocket Lab is my favorite space stock. We've got a ton of satellite rocket launching patents. Cool. Okay, I'll inverse you. 90% into weeklies. Let's see who wins the MOASS high score. Yeah, but Moon, your 10% is like your 90% is probably just equal to my 10%. And I win because I predicted it, not you. Don't fucking challenge me. Is it hard to hear the stream at work? I'm sorry, man. If I turn up the gain anymore, it sounds like I'm in a bathroom. It doesn't seem like there's a good fix currently. I have good credit and a lot of credit cards. Moonwin, you've seen my Schwab account. I mean, if this is a game you want to play. Houston Wade also did not DRS. I would love to hear you guys discuss why with each other. Okay. I wouldn't consider selling any GameStop shares to buy especially not to buy calls. Uncle Bruce finally gets one right. What's the spy doing? Okay. During MOASS, I might like sell a share to exercise a call, if that's a possibility, right? Like if we hit like, 30K a share early, like I just sell it and sell one share and exercise a 300, right? That's a sweet fucking deal. Afraid of a little short squeeze competition. Moon, I have fucking 5-to-1 leverage on Schwab. Maybe we just do it on percent gains. Maybe that's more fair. Don't you have to wait T+2? No. You can exercise with unsettled funds. They should both clear out at the same time. Let's cap how much money we can play options with. How's this? I'll just do it on like WeBull. We'll do like, I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll talk.
I knew that after you stopped selling covered calls, you'd have to do something to vie for attention again. It's okay.
Ooh, Bob was looking good again. A little better this time. Yeah, support on VWAP. GameStop climbing back.
VWAP.me, put their pickle in my jar. VWAP.me is now gherkin donate forward. Oh, that's super cool. Hmm. Called the me support. Nice. I'm only chasing risk euphoria. I don't care about gains. That's how I know I'll win.
Oh man.
One of these days you'll realize that I'm 5 times the degenerate you are. I'm just better at it. I can't open my clothes that well. Let Moonwind think he has a chance. All right. I'm showing 207.69 as the close. That'd be cool. Are you just following the uptrend? If we sustain it. BTC today, 69,420. Why not?
Alto. Not a lot of room to the upside. Like the range kind of sucks. Volatility's picking up on it though, so that might be good. Low float. I don't know. I don't like it. If Tesla fails support at 1060, would you expect a big sell-off again, or is Tesla just too unpredictable? It's pretty unpredictable. Yeah, me and Houston are doing a stream at 5. Hey Girk, if you need a laugh, I YOLO'd my entire portfolio into RNG puts just before close to play earnings. Check out the chart. I take it earnings were good. Jesus Christ. You should have straddled it. Why were you so sure that the earnings are going to be bad? I'm not all settled in though. No, I've got a lot of unpacking and shit to do. I need to buy furniture. Ew. That did not bounce. I gotta wait even longer. Bullshit. Yeah, the market can stay irrational longer than you can stay liquid, Silver. Sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. Did you have like stops set at least? Or did that all happen in fucking pre-market? You buy Riven today? No. Hello, GME hype man. Is that lower? It looks lower or higher. Yeah, a little bit. What's that range? Would you dump Feb 18 calls at 100% profit in November? It'd have to be higher than that. I think it would be, though. I don't know. I feel like if you dump them in November, you're probably just going to be buying them back for even more money later. Day's going all right, Smocks. Welcome.
My sources tell me Ryan Cohen will be breaking his silence in a tell-all interview with YouTube sensation known as Gherkin. Care to comment? When buying your weeklies on the 19th, 22nd, 23rd, will you start off with the closer strike on the 19th or split them evenly? I'll probably start with the closer strikes because it's easier to buy the far out of the money ones once it's running than it is to buy the closer ones, right? So yeah, I'll probably buy the closer to the money strikes like on the 19th and 22nd, and the further out of the money strikes on the 23rd. When's your interview with Charles Payne? Never. I will never be invited into any mainstream media. I don't think. I don't care, but just I'm a doctor now. I mean, it's possible that lying on your options application presents a better chance of getting approved for options. The first time I got denied for options by Fidelity, I called them and they were just like, "Oh, you should have lied." So many degens. Yep. It's gonna fucking bounce, isn't it? You son of a bitch. Whatever. The 19th will be my first time buying options through Fidelity. My understanding is you have to call to exercise, but can you just sell them yourself? Yeah, you can sell them without calling. But if you want to exercise, you have to call them and exercise them. People not getting approved for options reminds me of pores. Disgusting. I'm not a degen. I just know that a 1,300% increase is better than 250%. It is. It's also way riskier. And knowing you, you'll fucking hold them till 1,300% and then sell them at -10. Did you DRS your options? That's not possible. That's actually my trading style you described. Oh, that's the old you? I'm sorry, I didn't realize you'd evolved so much since almost getting burned on your CCs. Why can no one hear me? turn your fucking volume up. I am, believe me, I'm speaking pretty loudly. I know you hate selling CCs on GME, but would a play be selling a CC at the highest strike on that week in November when IV is ridiculously high? Could be. I mean, but then if they roll, you might get fucked. It depends on what the chain looks like, right? Also, if we fill that gap at 300, crazy shit could happen. Is Jay Fresh all right? Did you not rub his belly enough? He should be fine. Why? What's going on? I'm having the worst decking day at work. I hope you are all doing better. We're hanging in there. I'm getting fucking spit roasted by Spotify again, which is super fun. I still haven't gotten assigned on my 200s, guys. Woo. I work in a loud area and have never had an issue hearing you. Tell the poorest to buy speakers for their computers. I think you're coming in around negative 36 dB when you should be around negative 10. Sounds fine, just low output. Let me see. It comes in at like negative 20. It like on the peaks it bounces to 10, but what causes gap filling? Supposedly market makers. Catgo Dur. Ugh, gross. Still just support at 208 though. It's okay. One day we'll wake up and it'll just be 225 and I'll be happy. Doesn't Cat have huge upside potential? Yeah. Like, massive. Like, you can fill basically all of this. Audio wise, there's definitely a difference between YouTube and Discord, with YouTube being much lower volume. Yeah, I don't know why that is either. It would be pretty sweet if Cat did fill that big gap. It would be. With the number of cat calls that I currently have, if it filled that gap, I would be a very wealthy man. Diggs. Oh, dude, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's over. I appreciate that, man.
I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad. Crazy right, but hashtag not a call.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
This audio clips you play are roughly 500% louder than your mic. Really? Because they're set lower than my microphone volume, like on a decibel scale. Failing versus rolling for the 24th expiry. What are the implications for the weeklies? I mean, it doesn't matter for the 24th. That has nothing to do with the roll. Has nothing to do with that date. The roll is separate. Like the futures are separate from the price action from the gamma exposure. Should I hold or hodl? You should hodl, Ryan Cohen. Man, there's a lot of new people in here complaining about the microphone volume. It's probably just a mic setting you haven't found yet. I have everything turned up, like to the max. The only thing I could do now is increase the gain. And then if I increase that too much, it just sounds like I'm in an echo chamber. Is there a feature that you can utilize that lowers the music volume when you speak? I don't think so. Mike Fud hitting hard today. I see that. Isn't this an echo chamber? I don't think so. Yeah, which is OBS, right? Like given the disparity between the Discord audio and the YouTube audio, I would say that it's likely to be OBS, but I don't know why. You need a streaming team. And you can install a volume booster app on both your phones and desktop. They work great. That's true. MOASS soon. Keep holding. Hodling. Great work at Pi-Fi. Thanks, Ryan Cohen. I appreciate that, man. Thanks for the donation. Madara, thank you, man. Please say a prayer for me. I owed a lot of money on some Tesla puts. I hope you gave yourself some time. It's coming down a little bit, right? Okay. At least I didn't get burned too hard on the SPY. Wow, for a billionaire, RC gives pretty cheap donations. That's why he's a billionaire, right? I mean, that's the beauty of the internet, is it could be the real Ryan Cohen, but it likely isn't. Yeah, I mean, most of the mic complaints came after I moved, so I'm sure it's something to do with like the new space I'm in, but I'm not sure how to do anything about that. Should I use an expander? What's an expander do? Let's find out. Does that expand anything? No. It just sounds the same. But what am I expanding? The frequency? I don't use fib retracement ever. I don't like Fibonacci. It's a lot of people like it a lot, but I don't think it's that accurate. Um, it's fine. I mean, enough people use it, so it's kind of self-fulfilling, but it doesn't work for my trading style, I guess. See, I don't think so. Maybe it's the bit rate for YouTube. Like maybe YouTube just has shitty audio bit rate. What if I bump up the bit rate? No, YouTube won't let me do that. Hmm. Expander will normalize your highs and lows. Oftentimes I forget you're not a YouTuber. I'm not good at this stuff, like streaming or understanding how to edit videos. Your output meters should be
between -6 and 0, ideally. But how do I make that happen? Do I go to advanced audio properties? No. Is that better? That didn't change anything. I'm going to just keep turning this up. How's that? Is that better? No, that's just me being closer to the mic. I've changed nothing. That's better? Way louder? Okay. Cool. Someone said prog earlier. I clicked some buttons and I have a lot of calls. Am I in trouble? Probably. Looks like we're starting a new mic fund. But this mic is supposed to be a good one. It has excellent reviews. I did lots of research before buying this mic. Do you think we go to 180 before 1124? It's possible. I don't know if that'll happen, but it's definitely possible. Audio's fine now. How many people are having issues compared to how many aren't? Okay. Everyone's happy now. The sound's up. Let's move on with our day. We have other things to do, like watch me lose more money on cat. What the fuck is going on here? Hmm. Volume is great now. Tell me there are more boomers here than expected without telling me that. Mike complains. If you were looking to increase your position, what price would you be looking for? Below 200. Anywhere from 200 down. SPY moving down too, yeah.
I mean, I don't think cat's super heavily weighted in the SPY, but the Dow's not having a great week. So too loud. I don't care. Turn me down. If you miss the chance to get in on cat, now's a good time to hop in. I prefer to buy above 200. All right, well then keep doing that. Like, I mean, ultimately, if you're buying because you're into the MOASS theory, then it doesn't matter, right? Cat is going for zero emission mining. Market don't like that, I guess. The stream should be as loud as one that is streaming relaxing jazz music when turned all the way up. Now go forth, youngish grasshopper. Okay. Is its current level the correct level of loud? I hope so. Whoa. Hmm. Interesting. Fuck him. Thanks, Carl. Is there a reason other than MOASS or GME, Moon, or nothing? I mean, people could be buying it as a long term investment as well. You just need a lavalier mic, so no matter where you are at, you sound the same. These people stop whining. I usually stay pretty close to the mic. If you get trades on the show, you might be able to save some idiot AMC investors. I don't think any of those guys are gonna like have me on their shows, right? Because like I've been outspokenly against AMC for a long time. Do you have a set time with Houston tonight? I think 5 p.m. As far as I know, I haven't heard any differently. So I'm pretty sure it's 5 p.m. Chaz is lame. Crank it up. When do you anticipate CAT to go up? Has the infrastructure bill been passed? It's been passed, but it has not been signed into law yet. We drop the link to the Houston chat here in Discord. I think we'll both just be streaming, I'd imagine. I think 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I know he's Pacific Time.
Let me double check that though. I think it's 5 p.m. What did he say? God damn it. Now I can't remember. Okay, yeah. 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Eastern. If you guys could drop a like, big help. Can you explain further how the gamma exposure for quarterly ETF work? If the options have come into the money since last quarter, 160 price point, yes. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna get some more coffee and grab something to eat. I will be right back. For those of you listening in, we're trading at 203.58. I'll be back in a couple seconds.
All right. I'm back. This isn't MOASS. We're trading at 203.96 on very, very low volume. It's an interesting day. Oh, I'm eating Hot Pockets. They're in the oven. They will be done in 28 minutes. If shares were recalled to avoid income tax on the dividend. And it's possible. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't have potential. I'm just not interested in it. Does that make sense? Okay, Houston and Jesus, I'm not getting into this fucking Houston Houston thing again. It's absolute bullshit. They're two different pronunciations, same word. It happens. It happens all the time in the English language. Same spelling, different pronunciations. Hot Pocket will be Kenny's nickname in prison. What air fryer should I get? Moonwind, I would say one with a flared base. Do you think Feb and Jan calls will still be worth the money after the November spike? I don't get paid until the 30th. Yeah, they'll still probably be up. IV will spike. I don't get the joke. You clearly do because you realize it was a joke. No worries, Edward. Just like I mispronounced MOASS Moana. Can someone explain why LRC tanked earlier? Because people sold it. Crypto is pretty simple in that regard. It peaks, people sell off, it bottoms out, finds support, and then it peaks again. I'm a poor who's playing 1126 calls. However, that price action will drive up call prices in Jan Feb. Will there be a downtime to buy after 1126? Yes. So if they don't roll, there will be a downtime between like right around here at the beginning of December through December 22nd. If they do roll, so that means volume and price increase into the roll date, then there will be a downtime between the roll and the 22nd. There will also be, no matter what happens, there will be a window here between December 22nd and January 12th that should be fairly flat. But once it starts going up significantly, that all becomes far less predictable. Rivian up to 102. Cool. SPY just gapped down on the 1 minute standard candle chart. Interesting. That seems important. Cat is wiping out my cat gains. SPY's bouncing. How crazy would it be to get a personal loan and YOLO it all into Feb slightly out of the money calls? Insane. But they don't call you silky smooth cerebral Dan for nothing. How big is your new bathroom? Apparently big enough to stream in. Do you think the market is waiting for Biden to sign the infrastructure bill before ripping? Possibly. Well, if they're short volatility on GameStop, they can go long volatility on AMC, right? Prague go dur. Yeah, I've lost about as much money on Prague as I want to, which is $23. It could hit like 330. I'll see if it bounces. It's got a little room to the downside. Can you explain why futures rule requires prices to go up? It's likely that they have to buy the underlying in order to roll the contract. Because to roll the contract, they have to cover the loss on the contract. Thoughts on a double down on cat? It's interesting. Did Tesla squeeze slow because they were short volatility? Possibly. Although none of the same things that were going on with GameStop went on with Tesla. I think even at its like peak, Tesla was only like 30 or 40% short, which is a huge amount, but nothing compared to, where we think GameStop's short interest is. Did you sell a covered call on Prague? No, because they're worthless. I suppose I could. Let's see if it bounces on this. Looks like it might. Companies with decent dividends tend to run approaching the ex-dividend date from institutional buying. Is timing and option strategy aligned with this a good play? No, usually the dividends are priced in, especially if it's like a known event. That doesn't mean other interests won't pick in, but usually pick up. But like usually institutions are already in. This is an IPO? People are gonna get fucking roasted so hard on this. Why does everyone want to fucking get just burned by long-term holders? Like, you're just gonna get burned by insiders when you buy into IPOs. Amazon-backed EV company. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? It's still an IPO. If you bought into it, you're going to hold bags. There will be a sell-off. Yeah, we're doing some shorting. I'm going to update Reddit real quick. Precedent free is no volume trading. Okay, this is not dumping hard. Right, it's down 0.5 today. So if they roll, the price continues up because they have to at least cover the loss. Yeah. If no roll, they cover the contract, then they can short, right? See, I think they need the futures contracts in order to hedge their margin, right? So by creating the futures, they use them as margin moving forward. But it's that point where the futures come due and need to be rolled that presents exposure. I'm sure you've talked about it already, but what are your thoughts on LRC price action? It seems to be going up. Is it bouncing? Yeah, it's coming back up. It found some support at $3. Looks good. GME seems to have stabilized a little. VIX is picking up a little bit. Thoughts on DWAC? I know the hype has died down, but what are your thoughts? I mean, they're trying to operate a platform off of stolen software. I don't have a lot of faith in their future. It's supposed to be like a social media network, I guess, is the plan for it. I think it was just a pump and dump, and the insiders got out. Just a little rejection here. I mean, it's been on a pretty hard run since it recovered from that correction back in like the earlier part of this month or last month, early October. It's looking good. It might chop here a little bit, but it'll probably continue up, especially with the infrastructure bill passing. Hand banan. What the fuck? What was that for? Thank you. Why do you do this? You just donate large donation. Thank you very much, Han. I appreciate it. Can you draw a long-term trend line on the SPY and tell us what you think? Yeah, I mean it looks fine. Do you think the infrastructure bill is already priced in? No. Because I think there's some sentiment that Biden may not sign it in its current iteration. No apostrophe, VWAP down cycle, but I say, ¿por qué no los dos? Is it really stealing if the source code is free? Jokes aside, DWAC is not a good investment. No. I mean, if you're building your social media platform off open source code, then like, no. Wake me up in 10 days. Seriously. It's okay. lots of time to talk options and burn all my Reddit bridges. Oh, look, Michael Burry's tweeting about inflation. Jesus, energy inflation's way up. Don't forget to push your anti-DRS views as well. Really get the stew going. I don't have anti-DRS views. Domidan. Jack, though, just wanted to pop in and say thank you for your insight. It really taught me a lot. Cheers from Norway. Thank you, Jack, though. I appreciate that, man. Anyone who's familiar with the political process, it's obvious that Biden will sign the bill. Veto's like 0% chance of happening. Yeah. But we'll see. I don't think it's priced in. Do you always have the option to do cashless exercise when exercising contracts? Not always. It depends on your brokerage. With the price actually the last few days, weeks, has your opinion changed? No. I mean, the downtrend and lowering of volatility that I expected got pushed out by the unexpected T+6 FTDs from the ETFs. But I mean, it's happening now. So, and now I'm just gonna wait, right? Like just wait and then buy in. Support the channel by sending you AMC gift cards? No thanks. Dad, give us a salty rant on something controversial. You know, I'm not feeling too salty today. I'm pretty fucking stoked. IV is dropping. I'm gonna be able to buy options cheap. I'm excited. I want them to drop it more. Short me harder, Kenny. If you accept AMC popcorn instead of tickets, no. DRS has consumed the subreddits. Yeah, I'm aware. No, I don't. El Manana. There's a T+3 window that occurs while more settlement happens from the run up on the 23rd, 24th. So there's like a little settlement period here where normally we continue to have some like volatile price action. And then after that T+3 window, usually this price falls unless they roll, in which case the price will continue upwards. Oh shit, my Hot Pockets. I've overcooked my Hot Pockets. I'll be back. All right. Lord Gherkin, killer of the Hot Pocket. No, I didn't air fry my Hot Pocket. I did use the convection feature in my oven. The ghost of the burnt Hot Pocket. Though I was roasted alive, my sacrifice is not in vain. Your loyal viewers have continued to learn despite my burning. It's really unfortunate because these two Hot Pockets represent all the food that I have in my house, and they are slightly burnt. Yeah, I don't eat cheeseburger Hot Pockets because I'm not a trog. Viva up, damn cycle. There's only one edible Hot Pocket. I see what you're trying to do here. There's, well, two. Actually, there's two acceptable Hot Pockets. There's no Hawaiian style pizza Hot Pocket, is there? The only acceptable Hot Pockets are croissant pockets in either 5 cheese or pepperoni. I shorted General Mills, the maker of Lara Bar. If you guys weren't here for it, that happened a long time ago. You can hear the chewing a lot better in the new place. This might represent the first Hot Pocket I've eaten in about 6 years, and I'm excited. Even though it's a little burnt. I wonder how much they've changed. Oh, I will be eating very close to the mic for Cool Daddy's benefit. There's a trick to that. You have to bite the end off the Hot Pocket like 10 minutes in advance of eating it. Otherwise it just squirts molten hot cheese into your mouth and whatever the term for degloving for your palate is. It just removes the skin from your palate. What's your opinion on egg creams? They're just like Yoo-hoo. It's just like carbonated chocolate milk. What am I clipping? What are we gonna do for the next fucking 9 trading days? I mean, we'll trade other stocks, sure. But what else? What's on Peeps? Are there those fucking marshmallow things that they sell at Easter? Those are disgusting. How do you have more money to trade other stocks? This is my job. Unsubbed? For what? Diddle Finger, thank you so much for becoming a Cornichon, man. I appreciate it.
Welcome to Cornichon.
Cornichon. Cornichon.
I don't see anybody complaining about the mic now. Ah, fuck. Son of a bitch. How is that possible? Fucking Christ. Well, it's not fair though. I've eaten half the fucking thing. Every bite has been fine. And then you get one bite that's like hotter than the surface of the fucking sun. Those are called solar flares. Oh, here, I have a question. I had some German soda the other night, and I can't remember what it was called, but I want to buy more of it. Is anybody well versed in German Coca-Cola ripoffs? Describe the taste. It tastes like Coca-Cola, but better. Africola? That might have been it. Does it come in a weird shaped glass bottle? Yes. I'm going to Google it. That's it. That's the one. I need to buy this. What the fuck? It's $50 for a 6-pack? Oh, fuck that. I don't think it's worth $8 a bottle. Thoughts on RC's gag order ending on 11/23? Perfect timing for my calls. I've bought bathwater cheaper than that. Why would you buy bathwater? Evergrande has officially defaulted. Okay. Mm. The gag orders are pretty standard in the event of like a takeover. Yep, still wait until November 19th. Unless we hit the EMA 160 on the daily before then. Yeah, the further out you buy your calls, the more chance you have at exiting that position again if the price doesn't move your way. That's the problem with the weeklies. Like if the 23rd, 24th fail to happen, you're going to get burned, right? If you have further out calls, you're not worried about it. Yes, guys, follow my Twitter. And also, don't forget to subscribe to my Twitch channel for when YouTube inevitably removes me. I do have a Twitch. What happens on Twitter? Nothing. Sometimes I have late night at Ryan Cohen. No, it's not, Carl. No, RC hasn't slid into my DMs. It's okay. You have to, Carl. You can't just get syndication right out of the gate. Pull for Zakir's mustache. Why would you shave the beard for the holidays? You're gonna scare your children. What was the reason for the RC gag order? They're common practice in the event of a hostile takeover. to ensure that the person taking over the company has the company's best interests in mind. They're not just going to come in and make a bunch of outlandish statements and pump the stock. It's a protection put in place by the existing board and shareholders. Well, if you look at the behavior of Ryan Cohen versus Adam Aaron, on one hand, you will see a company being built up by a CEO who's diligently working hard to grow it and turn it into something better. And on the other hand, you will see a fat slug pillaging his shareholders. Which one is which? Adam. That's not a very nice thing to say about slugs. What's the EMA 160 for GME? It's around 178 right now. Why do stocks dip before they are squeezed? Because someone shorts the shit out of it in order to try to buy low and cover the majority of the position at a low price. It doesn't work, as evidenced by the squeeze that immediately follows. What would Ivy go to with the $100 move? Day of? Double, triple what it is now. If kissed slugs, it's good luck. Ew. Why? They're slimy. Who told you that? Hype. What would a Feb 300C be worth if we hit 300 on the 24th? Let's find out. So Feb C 300 Well, I can tell you what it would be worth on the 25th. Go away. If we hit 302 on the 25th, a Feb 300 would go from 19 to 166.45. I feel like slugs might carry diseases. Or is that snails? Why does everyone freak out when the SPY loses a few bucks? It's fine. This is options strat. It says it right there at the top. They do not pay me. I just use their calculator. Screen blurry on my phone. Clean it. How do you feel about 350C Feb calls? I have some already. I bought them before the run up to 250. Fidelity only let me have level 1 options, probably because they didn't trust me. No, because you didn't tell them the things they wanted to hear. It looks like we have a clear winner that Zakir should keep his full beard. But we only have 287 votes, so I guess most people just don't give a shit. If you guys could, drop a like. That's a nice thing. Wait, you can lie on those? As a matter of fact, if you call Fidelity and ask them why you didn't get level 2 options, they will tell you that you didn't lie. I'm a 10-year options expert. See? Jets fans knows what's up. It means you can buy long calls and long puts, I think, on Fidelity. How far out of the money calls are you looking at for February? Pretty far. I'm just gonna buy all the strikes, Mr. Diggs. I've started at 350, but I intend to buy 300s and 250s if I can, And I will also be buying 400s, 420s for the meme, and then whatever strikes open up as we move forward. Earnings don't look like they were good. There's some support here and some resistance here. So 210 and 250. It's not doing anything super impressive. Kind of peaked on the daily, and it's just moving around with the market, I guess. Obviously, we've all had years of options experience. Do you ever go on the deep web? For what? I level 2 instantly on TDA. I can't believe I got 10 years of options experience in 10 months. I counted in dog years. How does implied volatility go on the futures rips? 300 plus? Yeah, more. Have you guys been talking about options since you started streaming? Have I been missing out on that? All YouTuber hate kept me away until last week. Yeah. I played a bunch of options in August and June. What chances we keep similar price action through February? What do you mean? Just like flat? Flat and uninteresting? I don't think so. Just to clarify, it was decided that multiple way out of the money contracts are better than one close to the money, right? Provided the stock price does what you want it to do, yes. Okay, for those of you that regret lying to Fidelity, there's other brokerages. You can open accounts elsewhere pretty quickly, like 20 minutes of your time. I'm glad you've come and joined the dark side, though, Jose. So the options questionnaires are a risk assessment tool. And basically, what they're trying to figure out is, can you sustain the risk of options? That's all. It's not like a legal document. It just shows that they, as a brokerage, did their due diligence before offering you options. It's kind of like, will this person get mad when they lose all their money? Pretty much. Call them. Win food stamps. Call them and find out. I'm not sure. I think Schwab does. So I'd expect TD to also. Man, CAD just keeps dropping. I kind of want to get out. But I know better. Dip before the rip. Let's go. No, I'm going to hold. I really wish Spotify wouldn't keep dropping, though. Why does the market suck so bad at doing its job? It's only supposed to go up. I know it'll print with the infrastructure bill. My 210s are in the money. Or, well, not in the money, but they're printing. Or they've printed. Those are up. Interestingly, the 220s I purchased previously are up, but these 220s are not. I just want to remind everyone that we're coming up to MOASS Monday, part 420. Thank you, Horace Luperdan. Which has less risk? As far as theta decay is concerned, the January 2023s. Can you look at Hootie? See some more upside to it at all, or debating on cutting my losses here or riding it out some more? Hootie? I mean, it looks like it's coming up. This looks good. What are your strikes? Wait, this doesn't have options. Oh, you just have stock. Did you like buy at the peak or something? Because I don't see a lot of opportunity to buy from here to here, where you could be down at ML. I think it's gonna keep going up. I mean, it looks like it is, at least. How much are January 23? What do they have, 950s? They're only $2,000. I mean, they're about the same price as near the money Feb calls. Yeah, but more risk, more reward if you opt to Disciple. I wouldn't even call this a correction yet. You're tempted to buy some cat 210s? Maybe, we'll see. Probably not. I don't like playing cat weeklies. I always get burned on them. It doesn't move fast enough. Can you please give the community some say in some of the items you're going to fill your apartment with? I would like to vote on artwork with phalluses. Of course you would. I'm working on the coffee table book of your. I'm going to call it Shades of Green by Interstellar Fairy Cat. I saw Wall Street Bets YOLO 1119 470 SPY calls 200 contracts. It'll probably print. It's not easy being green. 50 Shades of Green. What are we up to now? Thoughts on Dyson products? Garbage. Every Dyson product I've ever owned has been crap. Vacuum cleaners, fans. They're great right when you first get them. And then after like 6 months, trash. Good for you, Veg D. You could have probably had a vacuum cleaner that worked just as well for like $35. So would any other air filter that cost half the price. Is Dyson like another Apple? Like people just buy it because they look good. Ever heard of AGC? It's supposed to be a huge deal with Grab, the DoorDash of Asia. Yeah, I'm not playing that GME to Uranus. That sounds terrible. I think DoorDash is gonna probably tank at some point. A lot of restaurants are using their own delivery people now. I did a spreadsheet on cost over time with air filter replacements. You can buy air filters that don't use what they like electrostatic air filters that don't use like HEPA filters, so you don't have to replace the filter at all. Did you do a comparison against those, Johnny LaRue? said earlier Cat's TA looked good. Do you think it'll go up by next Friday? No, but I think it'll go up by December. What tools, methods to use to time when to purchase GME calls on the downswing? I usually just buy them when we hit the EMA 60 or EMA 160. Sorry. This is a pretty good chart of when I've bought GME calls. I bought some here. I bought some here. I bought some here. I bought them here. And I bought them here. These ones weren't so great. This one was very nice. Previous to that, if we go back a little further, I bought some here, here, and here. I've bought weeklies at other points in time, but those are like times when I bought long-term calls. GME uses DoorDash. Okay. The beard is saved. It's official. Why would Evergreen defaulting cause MOASS? It won't. How low can the SPY go? I don't know. I don't even have like a corrective zone set up for it currently. I would say, wait, let me move this. Oh, I need to unlock it. I would say that would be the first correction indicator. Down at like 153. I guess a dip below that, and then this would represent an actual correction, like right here. So we're ways off from an actual correction. You think SoFi would move enough on earnings for a straddle? I don't know. I don't really pay that much attention to SoFi. It's not something I've researched a lot. Is it a head and shoulders on the hourly forming? It was. There was a head and shoulders on the daily. It might drop again. I still think it can hit like a little bit under $3 before it climbs back up. Any plays on 23andMe? Yeah, I have some calls. We've been playing 23andMe for a couple weeks now for the testing of the 1350 resistance. Pablo Dan Mingo. Hey man, been busy with work, so I haven't been tuning in the past couple of weeks, but glad to see you've moved. Your move worked out and you're all set up and comfortable. Appreciate all you do for us, Papa Garrick. Thank you, Pablo. Appreciate the membership, man. Thank you so much. Just got off the phone with TD. They offer cashless exercise. Awesome. I thought EMA 160 was at 173. Did I buy? Hold on. Let me double check it. Maybe it is. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay, it is. It's at 172.44 right now. I misspoke. I thought it was at 178 for some reason. Maybe I was thinking of like the EMA 120. Or is it because WeBull doesn't have the high low? Oh yeah, 173.25 over here. Yeah. This is better. 173.46, 173.25, like right in that range there. It'll dip a little if the price drops some more, but yeah, it's definitely coming down. This makes me not want to be holding anything right now. Yeah. I'll just play the turnaround. Keep that, but I'm going to close these. You know what? I'll hold those. I'm not going to hold Spotify with the SPY dropping though. Should I sell CSPs at 175? You could, but sometimes our volatility spikes carry us below the EMA 160. So you can, if it happens on a Friday, you could get assigned. And we usually do go down on Fridays, so it's risky. I'm 6 days out from the icon MOASS Monday. Awesome, guys. Yeah, it's I think everybody who's been a member this whole time, you should be getting the new icon in a few days. Is it generally a bad idea to buy calls during earnings week? It can be. It's risky. I don't like, some people play earnings. I don't like to. Some earnings are better than others. They're not all equal, but puts on Tesla. You could. Chasey a bit, right? Is IV on them still super high? Yes. 1030s don't look terrible. Or 1000s. How do I become a market maker? Buy and sell or sell calls or puts. Is it depressing that I've eaten 10 Olive Garden breadsticks? I think what's more depressing is that you have Olive Garden breadsticks at your house. Spy 500 end of week. Oh, might dip into close. Today's been a rough day. Sad things about Evergrande. Steps 30 beer bond auction draws 1.94%. Ouch. I watched the stream from the Olive Garden. Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. How low do you think IRNT goes before it turns around? I don't know. $10. But I feel just fine. All my muscles are sore, but it's just because I've done more exercise in the last like 4 days than I have in the last 4 years. Also, Dole, did I miss the boat? I don't know. It kind of depends on how bullish you are on LRC. If you're real bullish on it, I guess you didn't miss the boat. Thanks, hey Duty Duty. I like the new place. It's cool. I'm visualizing a lot of things to do with the space. I'm gonna get my Etsy shop up and running. Maybe I'll think about buying. Almost no coughing at the new place. Maybe it really was the mold. It very likely was the mold. I'm really allergic to mold. And according to my last visit to the doctors, I now have the lungs of, what did he say? He said I had the lungs of a 20-year-old. I don't know what that means, but I liked it. I think he was hitting on you. I worked in a sweatshop as a kid, so I can help you out with that Etsy shop. Hit me up. For sure. Hey, GDDD. I've just been watching a lot of like home and garden television. And when they go house hunting, like someone always has, like, neither of the two partners have a real job. And I'm always amazed by how successful they are and like the properties they can afford to buy. And so that's my ambition, I think. That's my new ambition, is to become the owner of a home that there's no reason I should ever get a loan for. I'm pretty deaf in my right ear. But I do have the liver of a pigeon whale. Riku. You do, President Darth Dan. Everyone here can confirm that your liver's totally fucked up. I tune harmonicas, and my partner encourages lizard eggs. Our budget is $750,000. Exactly. Hang in there, Stonk. Don't follow the spy. The spy is still not even down 1%. Chill the fuck out, people. It's run hard for like since October 14th. It's nothing but upside. It's going to take a little break. It's only natural. She leads a pickle-based cult that worships stock indicators, and she knits sweaters for hamsters. Oh, so accurate. Riven not looking too hot. I feel like I told people about this. Hold on, I want to watch it burn. Oh, yes. Look at all the bag holders, people. Witness them. For all of you guys that were like, did you buy Riven today? I just want to ask you, how do you feel about holding insiders' bags? Does it feel good? Are they hefty? Riven mains in shambles. Remember when that guy was like hounding me about Riven when it was testing 118? He's only $30 down, guys. Don't worry. The money will come back, won't it? Right? If you just hold it long enough, it'll realize that peak again. Cry me a Rivian. God, imagine if Justin Timberlake could sing that for us. What a great day that would be. This is how rich people stay rich. But when do we get to fuck the poor people? Let me guess, Ark bought in. It's just a exchange. It's Canada's. It works the same way as other exchanges, but it's in Canada. Is the company you work for in a not federally legalized business, Bob Lewis? Well, LRC is dead. Charlie's vid is tweeting about it. But is it dead enough to melt steel? Evergrande defaulted. Who gives a fuck? God, why does everyone care about Evergrande so much? It's such a like little piddling amount of money. It's irrelevant. No, it is. But we supply the growers of that industry. Just had a meeting on it today as an option. I figured. So their investors pull their money out and put it into something else. It's just chump change. It's just blown out of proportion because whatever the fuck is wrong with the US markets, they want to blame on China. Try to think of like hedge funds and the media as magicians. Right? It's all just a distraction from like what's really going on. And they try to keep that up as long as possible. Aren't you aware literally everything relates to GME? RSS is convinced it leads to MOASS. Jesus Christ. Ah. Do you have a deadline on how long you're willing to hold GME? No. Speak for yourself, but I've never been fucked by a magician. Let me ask you this, Chris C. Is your GameStop position currently green? Are we all invited to your eyes wide shut parties on your yacht? No. No offense, but this audience is like 97% male. None of you were invited to my eyes wide shut parties. The only person invited is Hales 99's husband, and that's just because I heard that dude fucks. I need someone to pick up the slack. Isn't Evergrande the largest property developer in China? Real estate is 30% of China's economy. Bubble will be ready to burst. I hate the CCP. That's my takeaway. All right. They can just internalize it, right? They'll just internalize the trade because they're the fucking CCP. They're not going to let their markets crash. They don't have free and fair markets. No one does. It's worse than the US. They just do whatever the fuck they want. They don't have rules. They literally make them up as they go. Can you draw a breakout triangle so we can break out of it? Wait, are you telling me the markets are rigged? I'm saying they're not designed to favor retail investors. Palantir touching 22. This is very exciting. I identify as a pre-billionaire and the only double pigeon whale the world has ever known. Nice, visceral. I'm just saying, if your GME position is currently green, you're the magician. You've done it. You're winning against massive financial institutions. Can pigeon whales swim? Of course. They can't walk. They don't have legs. They can only fly or swim. Yeah, but their legs are like, it's like people with a tail. Like, it doesn't work. How low will we go? I mean, I hope we hit the EMA 160. Yeah, it's like a T-Rex's arms. Are we talking about prehensile phalanges? Sure. 30-year record high inflation. Who cares? Have you done your AA rant offloading your shares again? Yeah, I did it earlier. Good. There's no better way to learn than to get burned. For most people. How would you play the 19th with $400? I'd buy as many out of the money calls as I could. Way the fuck out of the money calls. That's when I bought mine, when they were 1100. I know they're still up. That's what I'm trying to tell people, is that like once the price starts going up, those options aren't coming back down. Like everyone's like, oh, I'll just buy the February's later. No. There'll just be more money later. I mean, you can, obviously. You can buy them later, but they're going to be more money. Sitting on 40K of GME at 455. We'll come get you, Jake. I'm commissioning a huge pigeon whale painting. I lost tens of $1,000s on buying options before I started realizing you need a plan and how important it is not to trade with your emotions. Yeah, that's why I tell everyone, just paper trade. It's free. You can get good at a thing and not pay to get good at it. And then when you lose a shitload of money, you'll be like, wow, I'm really glad that wasn't my real money. Do you think the optimal date to pick up Febs is November 19th? Probably. I'm going to pick up more of them as the cycle progresses, right? But initially, yeah, I think November 19th is going to be a very good entry. Yeah. It's going to be, it's not an optimal time to buy them, but it's going to be a time to buy them, right? So the optimal time to buy them is here when IV and price are low. Okay. If we expect price to basically go up throughout this entire thing, then the only opportunities you have to buy in again are if the price trades flat. Okay, so here's the price action, right? You get this no matter what. Then you either have roll or no roll. This window trades flat no matter what happens. Then the price goes up here again. Then you have this period. This period is also flat. Right? And then this will depend on if they roll or not. So this will either be flat if they roll, continue to be flat, or it will go up. And then on this date, the last date, it goes way up. And also possibly again in T+6 from that if they fail to roll. I made a video on this yesterday, but those are the two like courses the price can take. So you have the roll, which is up and then up into the roll date and then flat, or sorry, It's up. Let me use a better crayon so you can see this. So up on the 24th, and then this is the roll. Up on the 24th, up into the roll date, right? Then flat until the 22nd, then up again, then flat until the 25th, then up again, right? That's how it plays out if they roll. If they fail, then we go up here, flat, up, flat, up. So it's these flat periods that overlap, which are here and here, which will present the best strategic opportunity for buying more long-term calls. They will be more expensive, but maybe you'll have more money. Clip it again. God damn it. Sure. How confident are you? You seem like you've been fairly on point with your predictions so far. Confident enough to say something about it. Right? Like, I understand the risk of me talking about this. I understand people could get burned, but I'm also confident that this is the way that a short squeeze happens. If we don't MOASS in January, what will that tell you? That depends. Like, do we go into February at $600 a share? Because that would tell me that we'll just MOASS on the next cycle. If we go into February, testing 350 and failing again, then that tells me this is going to drag on a lot longer. Is it their advantage to roll? I don't know. I'm sure that they're going to figure it out on their end. I don't have inside knowledge of their position, right? Like everything I've done with this stock has been me trying to read the negative space that's presented by the data and the charts and the data that's available to us, right? So it's kind of like, I want to say it's like dark matter, but I feel like a lot of people don't know what that is. Like we see the evidence of these things occurring, but we can't see them directly, right? And so we have to build off of, like, being incorrect tends to provide more for the thesis than being correct does. Like, I've been fairly correct recently with the fail dates and all of that, and it's all lining up, but that kind of leaves us in this place where I feel like I know what's going on, but you're never 100% sure. That's science. The strength of a theory is not how many times it matches your predictions, but how many times it fails to fail. Yeah. It is a process of elimination. It is. In some ways, but in other ways, that by eliminating some factors, we've discovered others. I mean, going into June, if you guys were with me back then, like we knew it was running. We saw a really high chance of MOASS occurring in this window, right? And then the share offering happened, and that kind of killed all the momentum, right? But we weren't really like thinking about like futures at the time, right? Or like how all of this played out. And the more, specific points of evidence that we started to get, the more and more that this was built. This isn't just like a theory built on a whim, right? This is, I mean, and I I don't want to say this because it's not 100% true, but it's one of the only theories that I feel isn't speculative, right? Like the evidence is there. Now, will it play out that way? I don't know, right? But I do know that there is a strong possibility, and that presents a stronger possibility than any technical indicator or fundamental analysis ever could, because ultimately everything in the market is kind of like you think it will do a thing, and this seems to be correlated to very specific dates and specific market mechanics that move the price of GameStop. And I think we have enough points now as time has progressed that we can sort of say like this is what we think is going to happen and be right about it. Because there are certain positions that the short hedge funds are obviously in that are inescapable. Otherwise, they would not keep repeating them. Was May's run? It was the 24th, 25th. 25th, 26th, maybe? Oh, cool. Adam Aaron making more money off his shareholders. What a great guy. Thanks, Mustard Homie. Hurt me more, Pickle Daddy. Nice, Alex. I'm not bullying anybody. Did the quarterly cycle start in February? No, I think the initial runs aren't on quad witching dates, which seems odd. No, I think Ryan Cohen's buy-in is what made these cycles obvious. It's that's what put that and the share buyback in 2019, and then Ryan Cohen's buy-ins uh, really put the pressure on these cycles and made them very obvious in the charts. True story. Adam Aaron is one of the only people that used to get kicked out of Jeffrey Epstein's parties for being too creepy. I don't know if that's a true story or not, but I like to believe it. The ghost of Dan. Confirmation bias. Ignoring is a form of bullying. I don't, is ignoring you a form of bullying, though? Been off the stream for a while. Did you ever get your hands on the FTD data, and did it show what you expected for the 13th? We did, and it did. So that was cool. And in 5 days, we're going to get more FTD data to see if I was right on the 21st and 26th as well. Silverback deserves tendies too. Whose channel is the Houston interview on, please? I'd imagine we're both streaming. I don't know. I'll talk to him about it after the stream. I don't know what's going on. Either just his or both. Do you think the 15th data will cause a run on call options? No, because no one listens to me but you guys. Like every day, my daily Reddit post gets more and more downvoted by DRS shills. Who are just like mad because I haven't registered shares. Did you say that Houston was wanting you to explain the futures thesis to him? Yes. When are you releasing the DD you're working on? Hopefully soon. I haven't got a chance to work on it in the last couple days, but I think I should be able to work on it this weekend pretty significantly. I don't have a problem with DRS. The worst part about it is I've never spoken against DRS. I've just pointed out its one flaw, and that's the flaw that keeps me from doing it. Yeah, pretty much Big Dilly style. Houston thought the futures thesis was debunked in September. Why? Because they didn't roll? I think a lot of people did. I think a lot of people, I mean, most people don't follow or learn or listen. The big distinction is that you plan on selling 100% of your shares. Actually, I don't. I have 500 shares that I fully intended to keep all the way through MOASS, unless MOASS gets out of control. Right? Like, I'm not going to turn down $50 million for the sake of holding some shares forever. I think that's ridiculous. Or $500 million, right? Absolutely fucking not. I appreciate all you do and that you're sharing your beliefs and knowledge with us. We believe in you and we'll make you proud, Daddy. Thanks, JC. Yeah, right. It is a good thing that we're all individual investors capable of making our own well-informed decisions. What stops you from DRSing? What's the flaw? Oh, Jonathan Rogers. I'd be happy to answer that for you. I'm not DRSing because I do not think that I will be able to sell in a timely fashion during periods of high volatility. I think it will be difficult, as stated in ComputerShare's own terms of service. And that's it. That's enough for me currently. As I've said, if I see evidence in the FTD data of an effective DRS, a greater effect, I will DRS some shares. If DFV fucking posts a tweet with his shares DRS'd, I'll DRS some more. Then why not DRS this? That's an easy answer for you, King Noah. Because if the fucking stock hits $10 million, I'm definitely selling everything. I bought this stock to make fucking money. I didn't buy it to destroy Wall Street or the economy that fucking supports the value of the dollar I'm selling my shares for. I don't give a shit about all of that. If some hedge funds go under, awesome. They're all corrupt. Who gives a shit? No problem. Are you saying you'll act depending on how much credence you give to DRS? Crazy. Yeah. All I've said is I wanted to see some evidence. And like, ooh, boy, God forbid that I didn't just take some DD at face value. I worked really hard for the money that I have in GameStop. I'm not going to risk it because someone on fucking Reddit told me to DRS. Yeah, I'm still in LRC. I don't know where it's going. I don't really care. I'm just, if I can, I put like $500 in there or something, or $300. How much FTD data do you think is needed to confirm or deny an effective DRS? More? The rate of change in baseline FTDs in the last report wasn't very significant. It was like 0.19% more. So either the effective DRS hasn't taken a hold yet, or, you know, more DRSing needs to be done to see that effect. Where I think because of the low amount of DRSing being done, I think that the greatest effect will be seen on the spikes in the FTDs, right? Because these are the points at which they're looking for shares. So while this baseline is slightly increasing, it's not like a clear point of evidence yet, right? Because it's only
0.19% over the previous cycle, right? So, but when they're looking for shares, that could be multiplicative, right? So it's possible that here at the peaks, we're seeing a much greater increase on the peaks because of DRS. Yeah, I think we'll be I intend to do a video directly outlining my option strategy um, for the upcoming expected price movement. No, if you DRS the entire float, which is hard to do, but if it happened, then yeah, it would likely trigger share recalls. I don't think they're idiots. I don't think people that, want DRS or are pushing for DRS are stupid or anything. I mean, it is theoretically a guaranteed way to create a short squeeze. It's just I, I don't think the way they go about it's necessarily the right way to do it. I think you can simply present the evidence without trying to create an echo chamber of misinformation surrounding that one piece of evidence. Like the evidence in and of itself is good enough, and people that can DRS and have a position which allows them to do that, if they so choose, should based on that evidence. But the people that don't shouldn't be pressured or harassed or bullied for not doing it. The way they see it, though, is there is only one way, and I don't think that's true. I mean, I'm not going to sell everything at 10 million. Obviously, if it hits 10 million, I have an exit strategy. I've traded for a long time. I know how to chase a trend, Kevin Ma. So no, I'm not going to miss out on peaks. I mean, I can take, XXX shares and just sell them one at a time for an entire week. Earlier you said you'd probably buy calls later in the month. Yeah. Or if the EMA hit 160 on the daily. What's the significance of the EMA 160? Natural rejection point should be at 172 at the moment. Yes, paradoxical. It's kind of our floor. Or it has been for the last several months. It is the point at which retail presents a buy wall. Because most people have an opportunity at that price to average down from their current position. Question: why miss out on an NFT that is priceless? I don't think there is one. And I don't think there's such a thing as a priceless NFT. But we're not in uncharted territory there, King Noah. Brokerages have issues selling in high volatility events. A brokerage adjacent transfer agent is definitely going to have a problem selling in high volatility events, as they are not designed to act as a brokerage and facilitate their orders through brokerages, which will have issues selling in high volatility events. It's not a lot of, things to connect there, like dots. Crazy Charlie says DRS is a conspiracy for the DTCC to steal people's money. Charlie's an idiot. So, whatever. I'm in Schwab and I would have to call a broker to sell shares that high. So, one share at a time isn't feasible. At least that's my understanding with Schwab and selling above 10K. I know people that have reached out to them and they've stated that they can raise that. Obviously, like, you don't have to call them to sell a share of Berk A if you own one. But I don't like, I mean, I have a Schwab account, but they're not my favorite brokerage. I prefer Fidelity and Vanguard and IBKR and shit, even Tasty Trade. Girk, if that happens, I'll ko-fi you one of my GME NFTs. If you don't believe in an NFT, what do you think they're planning with Loopring? I think they're planning like a marketplace, probably for used games or, in-game purchases. I think that's far more reasonable and logical than, they're going to try to blow up the stock market by releasing a fucking NFT dividend. I don't have all my shares in one brokerage. I have my shares spread out. I went through January, and going into January, I only had positions in 2 brokerages and I learned my lesson. There was points in time where I could not sell out of either one. Everyone went down at some point, except I think Vanguard. Rivian valued themselves higher than Ford. Yeah, I'm in my new place. No, I hadn't used Robinhood in a long time, even before January. I actually, I think I used Robinhood briefly in like 2019, and I got out of it because of their like zero DTE stipulations where they just sell your contracts at 3 p.m. After getting burned a couple times on that, I didn't want to go back. Quest Trade was solid. I know some of the international brokerages didn't have any issues. What do you think the price can hit while still not causing MOASS? I think 350 is an interesting inflection point. Trading volume above 350. Um, I think it's possible that the price would need to hit. You know, it's hard to burn a market maker, right? Because they're so well hedged. That I really think that like the price has to explode to like kill Citadel. But I think options and leverage are a way to get that to happen, as they were last January. They think they will be again. And I think now, based on my thesis and the work that, you know, I've done um with all my quant group and, you know, the guys from over on the Reddit DD Discord, that I think we have a very good idea of what exactly happened last January. And I think the SEC report actually gave us a lot of that information, confirmed a lot of points for us. Okay, first of all, this is how dividends work. If there was an NFT dividend that was only going to be released to registered shares, GameStop still has to announce the dividend. They have to give a dividend date when the dividend is released, right? Shareholders of record on X date will receive the dividend, right? And when that happens, everyone can just DRS, right? If that's the case, if they're like, we're only making, you know, one for every share in the float. They're not gonna be like, oh, surprise, dividend tomorrow. Like that's not, even if they did, I could register shares in CS right away. Sometimes the ideologies fly so far away from like how business is run or market mechanics that it gets a bit ridiculous. This isn't fucking AMC. This is actually a play based on fundamentals and a trapped short position. It's a logical cornering of a short position. You don't need the bullshit and the hype. If that happened, would you DRS 100%? Maybe. I can always transfer them back out to sell them. Appreciate the time you spend patiently explaining everything to us. I have learned so much over the 3 months. I feel I'm finally prepared enough not to make a total train wreck of what is a once in a lifetime event. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. Kev D. I appreciate that, man. Yes, I realize that addition. I know. It's. Someone bought some cat. Like a fucking bunch of it. Stone Cold is always Gerg. You're lacking much. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Feces for MOASS. You buying that Tesla put? No. Spy coming back? Yeah. Someone bought the dip big. Oh, Spotify's going up. I'm gonna be pissed. Okay. Sorry, Daycare. Tanith Hansen, do you think we'll see GME dip to prior levels over the next couple of weeks? I've been holding GME for a year now, and most of the time it's been around the 170 mark. I think we could dip as low as the EMA 160, which is around 172. That floor keeps going up. But yeah, a lot of our trading has occurred around 170 to 162 to 196. But it's the moments when it doesn't that are the most important. According to Clearstream, Evergrande paid overdue interest on 3 bonds. Cool. I guess it's not going to blow up the market today. Shucks. Yeah, 5 p.m. I'll be doing the stream with Houston. Did you get a phobe call option now or wait and hope? Real lower price. Thoughts on whether it's worth waiting? I mean, it always gets cheaper because of theta either way. Owen Jones. I don't see any catalyst in the next couple of weeks. Want me to prepare some talking points? No, I think I'll just wing it. Seems to have worked in the past. Timing with options is important. It drastically affects your profits. And so, yeah, I understand it's hard to not be in, right? Because then you feel like it could rip and, you're going to leave money on the table. But at the same time, getting in at the wrong time can mean you leave a lot of money on the table. Like as Sally Snipes just pointed out, if you've been tracking the February options, they've gone down about $500 a contract in the last couple days. What is Houston's expertise in this subject? I don't know. I mean, he's been in it. He's a smart dude. He's a professor, right? I mean, he knows. He's an intelligent person who is in on GameStop and has been for a long time. I don't really have a issue with him. For me, it's also, you know, I think it's important that the more people that hear about this, the better. I think it's really relevant. So if it falls to the EMA 160 around 170, it'd literally be in the next week or so and be before for a couple of days if the 23rd, 24th plays as expected. If we fall to the EMA 160, we're still within that upper trend, right? The EMA just presents a trend, right? It's just an average traded price trend on GameStop that's weighted towards the last 160 days. But if you look out here, like we're still above our old like long-term trend line. We regained it last Tuesday, I believe it was. And we could easily this could be our low, is this trend line. Like we don't have to fall all the way down here to the EMA 160. We could just fall here to the long-term trend. They both present points of support, right? We don't have to fall. Like the EMA 160 is our low support, but we don't have to fall to that. It's possible that we could hold a price higher than that, which is very good, right? Because that means that our upward price action on November 23rd, 24th would be improved because we're starting from a higher point. No way they can short it down that far, that fast without major repercussions. That's not true. They could absolutely bring it down to the EMA 160. And it's 9 trading days, you know? Like if we lose 5% a day, we'll be there. What are we down today? 3.8. We've done it so many times in the past already, right? Like they did it here, they did it here. They did it back here in June. Like this, they can definitely bring it down without driving up volatility. That's what they're concerned with, right? They don't want to spike volatility. So they don't ever want to do this again. This fucked them. When they flash crashed it, both times, it immediately bounced back, which spikes IV through the roof, right? Because when you have such a large variation between the price, like open and such a large range in the price in one day, let's say that, without getting into the technicals, that's going to spike IV way up. They do not want that. That's bad. So what they want to do is they want to bleed it down nice and slow. Can we short volatility? It's not cheap. I mean, yeah, okay, but that's saying that like like buy and hold. Like here's a problem with the DRS sentiment. Or like some of the DRS narrative that gets spread around is that like the street name stocks are being lent out, right? But then why throughout this entire period of people buying and holding has the stock become more illiquid? So obviously some brokerages aren't lending out shares, as they're legally obligated to do. The assumption of crime in every instance is ridiculous. Like the stock has gotten more, like it'll get more illiquid with DRS, right? That's true. That's not false. The rate at which it becomes illiquid will increase with DRS. But the stock was already illiquid before people even started DRSing. We had a few days where we traded like 1 million shares a day or under 1 million. I think our record low volume was still for the year at least, was still pre like the big DRS FOMO. And then, they said it was the dark pools and I said it wasn't, and it wasn't, right? Like the effect of DRS is very slow. The price being high doesn't create illiquidity. Look at fucking Tesla. It's the fact that the float is owned. That's what creates illiquidity. That to get liquidity, they have to create synthetics, which is a position they were already in. We've been tracking T+2 gamma exposure for fucking months now. Biden to sign infrastructure bill on Monday. Awesome. Is increased institutional ownership a good thing or a bad thing? It can be good if you're already in, right? Because their buy-ins will raise the price. There's a lot of factors for illiquidity, Monster Buddy. And yes, DRS does create more illiquidity. It compounds that issue. I don't disagree with it. But I think the only points at which they're exposed to illiquidity are the points brought up in my cycle. And at those points, leverage presents a greater opportunity than single DRS shares. Because the person the entity that's you're attempting to burn here is the market maker. And the market maker gets burned by not properly hedging in the money calls or puts. Right? If they're not hedging their exposure properly, that's how a market maker's margin gets blown up. What I'm but what proof is there of that? So you're just saying on these exact dates and times over and over and over again that line up with very specific market mechanics. It's not that at all. It's short hedge funds bailing out to try to get out from under the weight of the position. I mean, you're kind of proving my point in a way, is that I'm giving you like hard evidence backed by historical data, and you're giving me an opinion. Can you please remind me what the 9th, 17th, and 22nd of December are again? Yes, the 9th is the futures CME futures roll date. The 17th is the expiration date, and the 22nd represents T+3 from the expiration of ETF leaps and GME monthly options contracts, and thus the gamma exposure from those contracts is expected to be hedged on that date. Fundamentals do matter. That's why everyone's in this fucking thing. Was because DFV realized fundamentals that were not apparent to the rest of the market. And I'm trying to show you all something that wasn't apparent to the rest of the market. What's that adage? You can lead a horse to water. Yeah, Lord of Nork. I am gonna do an options video separate from the stream, like a full recording of uh all of the possible option strategies. I'll probably write a DD on it as well. I don't think anything's happening for 1119. I don't think the price is going up between now and then at all. It's an hour after the stream ends. Because I didn't want to go one into the other. It's super tiring. Worse yet, I have other shit I need to do today. So even whatever it is, it's not going to be super long. Yeah, no problem, Lord of Nork. So I meant for cat. Oh, I don't like weeklies on cat because it doesn't, like, its rate of growth is slow. I would look further out if you can. Like December 220s are real cheap right now. Thank you, Monster Buddy. Don't do that, man. People will just FOMO into options plays, and if it doesn't pan out, you'll just be called a shill. I don't see how buying February options doesn't pan out for everybody. Will you Discord audio the Houston Wade interview? I can't, Spork, because I can't put other audio sources into the Discord feed. 199.18 though, by the way, for you guys listening in. Baz Jinx, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate the membership. Hit me up on the Discord after the stream. I'll get you added to the country club.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Have you heard of the legend of Gurkle Stiltskin? If you rub a pickle 3 times while chanting his name, he appears and provides high quality DD. When's the collab stream? 5 p.m. Okay. I'm saying if it doesn't, it should, but so many people don't realize that these are theories, and though they have been proven to an extent, they can still be wrong. I mean, DFV could have been wrong too, right? But he still said something. Over and over and over again. I don't know if anyone said it today, but happy birthday, just in case it's today. It's not Trash Dan, but thank you. How do you feel about puts on Chewy tomorrow? Why? I've heard you mention before. So when you play weeklies, Jay Vanderheim.
No,
Oh,
like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME.
So when you play weeklies, you generally have like 2 windows. You have like Wednesday, Thursday, and Monday, Tuesday. So these can like dodge, like if you only hold these contracts for this long, you can dodge some of the theta decay, because you're buying when the theta is decayed here on Wednesday and selling when it's just dropped a little here on Thursday. And then like same goes for Monday, Tuesday. So you're not letting the theta eat away your contract too much. Or you can buy 0 DTs on Friday. Or at least that's how I do it. It works for me. I know. Thank you, Bez Jinx. I appreciate it, man. Why would he? DFV is silent because, like, he doesn't want to take any legal risks. I'm sure he's been advised by a lawyer to not speak. I have not streamed on my birthday yet. Do you know about the Swedish trader Maggie? If so, what do you think about him? Is it legit? I don't know anything about him. Monkey D. Floofy. You ignored Lance Bass? What? Did I miss a Ko-Fi? I'm sorry. I know you've had a long week. Chin up, man. I appreciate you and your devotion to education and to Carl for the fake vape pull sounds the other day. Thanks, Lance. What the hell? I'm happy you got the move done and Carl did an okay job. But he did not employ Stefan, though. In fact, none of the Pickles enjoyed your stream yesterday. We're left high and dry. Take our bribe, damn it, and give Stefan a job. His kids are starving. Okay, President. I employed Stefan for several hours yesterday, or one hour. He's tired. He was hurt on the job by the falling price action. He will be receiving medical benefits. I'm not a Capricorn, I'm a Scorpio. You're moving to Brockton after MOASS. I can't wait. Brockton's about to become the new richest city in America. I don't even know how to respond to that, Macaulay Cook can. I don't believe in astrology. It's absolute bullshit to think that the time of year you're born somehow affects your behavior as a human. Although my astrological symbol is pretty dope. Ouch, my chakra. I've been told that there's more than one. I'm partial to the Chinese astrological chart. Oh, in which case, I'm a tiger. I like GME Hype Man. I don't know who the fuck he is, but I like this guy. He's just in here saying bullish shit all day. Shout out to GME Hype Man. You've been noticed. Your efforts are not lost on me. Where's Kool-Aid Man? We need a collab between GME Hype Man and Kool-Aid Man. I agree. Shout out to GME Hype Man. Thank you, Asnadian. Congrats on learning how to be a YouTuber. When did I figure it out? What was the moment? What was JR? Kool-Aid Disciple. My Kool-Aid men are resting. They will return soon. Thank you, Kool-Aid Disciple. Ding ding. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out and dealing with the day. I know the down ones are always hard, but we made it through one more. Only 8 more to go, right? Is that correct? 9 more to go. We'll see. Thank you all so much. Don't forget to tune in about an hour for me and Houston's stream. I will have that up and running at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll put a notification on the Twitter and the Discord and everywhere for you guys to find the link. Thank you all so much and have a wonderful night. Not an advisor. Frigulon.